All right, welcome to the show, folks. Welcome, Stunthangar fans and all modelers alike. This is Friday. No, let's see, when is it? It is Friday, February 28th, 2020. And it's good to have another Friday upon us. So we'll hang out tonight and talk about aeromodeling. I don't have to get up early in the morning for any reason, so we can go as late as we want, as long as the diehards can carry us with good conversation. My picture looks locked up. There we go. Now it's moving. Always a little glitchy right at first, but I should have all of my sound problems sorted out. I got rid of the Bluetooth setup I was using that would stop and go dead on me in the middle of talking. And the last couple of weeks we've had trouble with that. So all of the glitches should be at a minimum tonight. And anyway, all the links are posted in the usual places if you want to come on and talk aero modeling, building, flying, crashing, repairing with us. Then go to Stunthangar Control Line forums and log in as a member and go to the At the Bench thread, which is on the main forums page. If you just type in stunthanger.com into your browser, then you'll get there. And it's on the same page as the open forum, but rather than go to the open forum, scroll down and find the one that says live streams, and the first post in it, because I post it right when the show starts, is called it's in the At the Bench thread, and the first post has the links to come in with your camera and microphone, and you're welcome to do that. If you would prefer to watch us live in anonymity or in the background, then you can go to the Stunthanger YouTube channel, and it should be on the page front and center. Should be pretty easy to find, and you have a chat box there where if you want to post in text your answers, questions, opinions, and whatever you brung to the party, then type it in there, and we'll try to incorporate you into our conversations. And right now, we got a couple of people already out there in YouTube land, and our number one railroad fan is called SD70 Ace Fan NS, and he's already posted a message, and it's a lesson in railroads. So anybody that knows anything about railroads, here's your piece of information from SD70 tonight. He says the SD70 Ace has a 4300 prime mover, and the SD45 has a 200 P prime mover, and the suck down more fuel. That's what he says, and the suck down more fuel when idling. So, all of you railroad fans that know what he's talking about, um, either learn something or can come on here and talk about it. Tom Rammel's on YouTube watching us. Good evening, Tom. He said he's going to do the tube watch tonight. Gary Sinclair just popped in. Hey, Gary, good to see you. And Kim Stricker is out there in video land, and Dennis Adamson just popped in on us. Hey, Dennis. And
Howdy.
I'll take this opportunity since I've got yet a new equipment. Can y'all hear me okay with no echo and no extraneous noise? Do we sound okay?
Yeah, you're
Sound pretty
looking and
good.
sounding good. Well,
Excellent. Okay.
looking good within reason. You know what I mean. But no, seriously, it
You
looks
as
like
good as we're gonna.
your camera is coming
It,
in cleaner than it has been too. So you're looking really
good.
good.
My system resources were being stressed out pretty bad by that Bluetooth sound system I had, and I've got all hardwired now, so I shouldn't have any of that again. And like when people ask me how you're doing, I'll just tell them sometimes, well, I'm as good as I'm going to get. So regarding
Mm.
how we look and sound, we're probably as good as we're going to get right now. So welcome to the show, Kim and Denny. Hey, Kim, how you doing out there in Missouri?
Doing okay. How have you been, Rusty? You're looking pretty good. You doing all right?
I'm okay. I had a little rough time of it lately with the cold, and kind of put me down for a little while, but I'm back.
Oh,
I'm back full steam now.
good. Good deal.
You been doing anything for fun out there in the heartland?
Well, at the moment I'm setting out here in my shop, I got the place warmed up. I got my 42-year-old Jetco Navigator that I'm gradually restoring back to life,
That's
and it's getting
outstanding.
it's my old buddy. It was my first proportional airplane, first model airplane that ever actually came back to me. I didn't end up chasing, and it's I had a mini Mambo, and it qualified as a sometimes steered free flight. I get a few pulses or a few commands, and then it's time to chase it. As a kid, I was trying to get closer to it, hoping my radio would get stronger. But no, in 76, I bought an EK radio for it, which is like a brick. And I built this Don McGovern designed Jetco Navigator and flew the living crap out of it with that big, heavy radio. So I'm hoping I get it restored, get it to small this year with a light radio. It's heavy, there's no doubt about it, but it's my chunk of lead, you know. But we're going to bring it back. It hasn't flown since about 77 or so. And
That's outstanding.
But thank you. I got the wing and the tail feathers are more or less, and this fuselage, I kept staring at it. You probably know you got to be in a mood to start this stuff. So I got my Brodak dope, and I got my little brush and my retarder and my thinner, and I'm just, the longer I work in here, the better things seem. I don't know why.
Well, that was,
fumes.
so you had to strip off the old finish then, of course, right?
Yeah, it had originally it had Aerogloss dope on it, and I've started on it a few times. I thought about monocoating the fuselage, and I like a dope silk span covering. That's what I've got some lightweight silk span. I bonded it to the frame where I've got wood. Where I got this opening at McGovern left back here, I've got some heavy silk span, but it got a lot of hours on it back in the day, and the fuselage is going to be, I'm going to put some nice seaplane looking stripes on it, you know, and get it fairly close to what it was back in the day. It never, I never flew it off water. I float tested it one time and scared the crap out of me because it sank up to about the window right here with that EK radio in it. And, it was pretty scary. So I decided it became a pasture slider. I just go out, and I still had a big time with it. But I've got I don't know if it's going to happen or not. If I can make it light enough, I might try float testing it again and maybe get at least one flight off of it in shallow water. But such an elegant looking airplane. I like a lot of Don McGovern's designs.
McGovern had a real knack. His seaplanes, especially, he had a real knack for them. I mean, they all look perfect. I don't know what it is about them, but you know, just some people have an eye. McGovern seaplanes, the whole bunch of them, look from the Navigator on up to the big privateers. Did he call it? I think it was.
There was a Piranha. Was there a Piranha he designed? There's one that's the super giant one, and but yeah, he loved parts. I mean, even the bulkheads are built up, and you can tell when you look at these plans, they look like he drew them, you know. And I guess I don't know what point he passed away. When I was a kid, I used to get his articles in Flying Magazine called All Wet, and sometimes I wanted him to talk a lot more about the sailplanes, or the seaplanes, because he'd talk about different, I don't know, strife in his family and his wife being upset with him because of his hobby or something. And as a kid, I'm just, let's get to the airplanes. Let's get to the airplanes.
Yeah.
But,
you know, if Bob Hunt joins us tonight, we'll have to ask. I believe McGovern was one of his predecessors at Flying Models magazines, and I think he might be able to fill in some blanks for us on that. But yeah,
I love this writing.
I used to work at Joe's Hobby Shop in Detroit, and they had a Jetco Navigator hanging from the ceiling in there, brand new. It had never been flown, but it was just so elegantly made. It was a combination, kind of a clear wood and orange silk finish on it. Simple build. And it was just the most elegant looking thing hanging there all the time and stuff. I don't know how many times I spent, you know, a lot of hours just gazing at that thing from up from underneath, and just all the lines on it just seemed to really, everything came together on it, you know. So
Well, elegant is a word I use a lot with his designs.
Yep.
And of course, they had that ad for the Navigator in Flying Models and all the other ones, and it showed it at about an angle like that, climbing up. And I just imagine it climbing out of the swamp. And as a kid, I just looked at that and looked at that. And I thought, if I ever get where I can afford one, and finally it happened. It was a squeaker. I didn't really have that much money to do it, and that EK radio was like $265, and that's in 1977 money. So it was a strain, but back then it was such a magic thing to move the control stick and see that servo move in direct proportion to the stick.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I've arrived, you know.
It's funny you
now we
mentioned
take
that.
it for granted.
When I worked at Joe's, I remember selling the Logitrol bricks, and I thought it was the neatest design in the world. You know, they had everything basically in one box, basically bolted in. You had 3 servos and receiver all in one unit.
Yeah.
And it had to be the plan for a seaplane too. Not a lot of places for water to attack it or anything like that. So
yeah,
but
I
didn't remember it being that heavy though. So. You're saying
I
it was really heavy,
because
huh?
I called it a brick because it was heavy, but it was actually an EK Champion radio, and it was still. They advertised the servos being smaller because I think the amplifier was in the receiver or something. I don't know that much about it, but they did look small for the day because all the other servos I'd seen looked like, you know, they're pretty good size. But it had a pretty heavy battery that I tried to get as far up in the nose as I could. And I still need to put some ballast in. I hate putting ballast in them, especially if I'm going to try to make it float off the water. But of course, its floating career got put behind it. But I did a lot of cow pasture. I put a Cox 09 medallion on it with one of, and that's what's going to go back on it with the exhaust strangler throttles. And it actually worked. The guys in the club would tell me those things never worked, and just teaches you to kind of experiment on your own. And it actually, I think between the weight of the plane, the power of the engine, everything kind of balanced out to where the airplane could actually, once you throttled it down enough, that did give you the ability to land. And I could do touch and goes and things like that. But we specialize in low flying. And about the only contest I ever won was the limbo event at a fun fly. And I was watching those other guys flying. I thought, me and Navigator, we got this dog wrapped up, because that's all we did was out along the pasture just doing contour flying. And but like a lot of stuff, it's got about 1 million memories in it.
Yeah, that's
She's
great.
slowly coming back. There's another member. I can't remember his name, but he had a Navigator on the wall behind him, and that had one. So. But hopefully the small fly-in June, we'll be cruising with this. And I've got my little Skylark. It's a Goldberg Skylark. It's going to have twin 020 engines on it. And that's the fuselage. I've just got it silk spanned up and kind of jumping back and forth between them. So you guys still there? We went blank.
No, we're here.
Oh, okay.
Tom Rammel.
But that's my blank.
Tom Rammel's over on YouTube. He says he built his Navigator in '72, and it was the first RC plane that he ever built, but didn't fly it until years later. However, he has flown it off of water with electric power.
Oh,
and I think
that's great.
Here. I think he was on here when you were talking about the Navigator, because you talked about it a couple of weeks ago when you were on, a couple of weeks or maybe a month ago now. When you were on,
yeah,
I'm not sure.
The guy? Okay, did he have it behind him up against the wall? Because I immediately noticed it. We talked about it a little bit.
We latched on to it. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Well, it's his fault. Then I'm out here now painting this thing because it got me off the stump. I'm working. I'm going to try to have it. It's probably going to be another pasture slider, but that's all right. But
did you fly it off wheels?
No, that's great.
Fly it off or just fly it off the belly?
It's got the remnants of my wheels that I had on it. You know, on the plans they show how you can put a tricycle gear deal, and I even had the front wheels steerable. Yeah. And yeah, it was held in with a wheel collar. It's kind of hard to explain. It didn't work that well, so I ended up just taking the wheels off of it. And most of the places I flew were grass anyway, So and I had this farmer let me fly in his pasture north of my hometown, and I spent a lot of hours up there making endless laps. And it, of course, it's not an aerobatic airplane, but it would do some of the prettiest hammerheads you ever saw. It would come literally to a stop, and I think because of the pylon mounted engine on the rudder, bring it to a stop, and it would turn in its own width and then just come straight back down the line it went up. That was about our
Sure.
fanciest maneuver beside the big barnstormer.
And
But I love flying it by down low. Just looking at it.
okay, fly rudder elevator. You didn't have ailerons, did you?
Yeah. No. It's got, well, you're familiar with it, but it's got quite a bit of, there's
Yeah.
the wing.
Yep.
And it's a very smooth, coordinated airplane. The
Mhm.
rudder was just the right size. So now I had 3 channels in it, and I even got my, since I'm showing off, I found my little floats. We never used them, but they sure look nice. I'm gonna put them on the wing sometime, maybe down
Oh,
at the
absolutely.
small, just to cruise around and act like I land on the water.
That's it.
But
That's
I
it.
like this. Even back, I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah,
it's saying
even when I was a kid, I liked slow airplanes. I like the fast ones too.
Mhm. No, but again, there's that word
Oh, I'm sorry.
elegant
I talk.
again.
Yeah. It's a wonderful little airplane. But no, I love flying it out across the pastures and get it about half throttle and
Mhm.
cruise it by. And you can actually, the cool thing about slow flying airplanes, you have time to look at them as they go
Right.
by. And but she's a little bit rough. But pretty soon, all this will be underneath a nice coat of Brodak paint. Nobody will know, maybe.
Mhm.
So, but I'm just clear coating away is what I'm doing. So,
Yep. All
Hey,
right.
Sparky, how you doing tonight?
all right. Hey.
He's just polishing away there, right?
Yep.
You know what I think he's doing, Rusty? I think he's removing some nose weight there. If he can shine up that spinner, it won't be so nose heavy, you know?
Oh, I got
Yeah.
Yeah.
the nose weight from over here,
All right.
right here. Carbon
Yeah.
spinner.
Yeah, the carbon spinner is just about weightless anyway, isn't it? So.
Well, to be honest with you, it's only 6 grams difference between this and aluminum.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm going to leave the aluminum one on there.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, 6 grams is almost a quarter ounce, and that's actually that far forward. That could make a difference. You could notice that. So.
We should have some good weather coming up here. I'm going to, I'm getting it ready to fly now. It's all finished. Everything's done, glued on, and ready to go. I'll go over to John's tomorrow and do touch-ups on the hinges, and I got a couple ink lines I need to fix from rubbing through. And
Mm-hmm.
at the end of that, turned out nice.
Yes, it did. Turned out awesome. You can see the shine. You can see the shine even through the video and everything like that. It just really looks. It really pops. I think that's great.
Yeah, you can see the shine on camera now. It looks great.
One thing about the Tucker is that if you painted the thing pure black, I mean, just look at the shape of the fuselage and everything like that. It looks like an aerobatic airplane. It's got direction to it and everything like that. It doesn't need a lot of trim, a lot of stripes or anything like that. But the stripes that you have on there, behind the engine and stuff like that, are all just right for what a stunt plane should do. That's going to really look nice doing the tricks. So.
If it flies good, I might be flying this in open instead of my other airplane, because my other airplane's pretty beat up.
Mm.
But it turned out, I guess you can see the shine pretty good.
Yeah. I think I traded my compact car for a slightly smaller compact car, so I'm looking at any opportunity I can now to do take an airplane that'll do multiple events at local meets. You know?
Well, I am going to fly Classic this year at the Nest.
Mm-hmm.
Be the first time I've done that.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
I got a profile I'm going to finish up. I got this, and I got a PA airplane. You know, going to these meets and only flying 2 flights.
Yeah.
Worth it.
Yeah, you hate driving a long distance, or even a not so long distance, to go fly 2 flights, and then sometimes if the weather's bad, they only make it a 1-round contest anyway, and it's like, what? You know? So yeah, I know what you mean. On the other hand, I took a Ringmaster once and flew it in old time, profile, classic, and thought there was something else, and got 2 firsts and a second, or no, 3 firsts with it actually, and then but I got thinking, you know, the Ringmaster is such a piece of shit airplane. It's like I don't even enjoy doing this, you know. I don't know. It's not.
Not only that,
You know, Ringmaster is, you know, make no mistake, it is what it is and everything like that. But Ringmaster is just really, you know, the best thing is you can say is, oh, that was pretty good for a Ringmaster, you know. And
mhm.
you know, I got a lot of points with it and everything like that. There wasn't any question about that. But it was just like, yeah, so what? You know, that's Ringmaster isn't even designed as a stunt plane. It was designed as a knocked around, you know, sport model and everything like that. And it happens to be the right era to qualify for old time. But I leave it home most of the time anyway. Heck, I didn't even fly it last year. But oh well, that's tonight's rant. First rant of the night, I should say. But anyhow.
I got about 100 hours rubbing so far, and it ain't done yet.
Wow. Well, if you got a little patching and repairing to do too, you're gonna have to go back again, huh? So.
Oh yeah, just the way it goes.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
I heard somebody was bitching about how long it takes to do a dope finish. It takes longer to finish an airplane than it does to build it.
Yeah.
You want a nice finish.
Yep. Well, Bob in St. Louis, were you around when the original Tucker specials were out? So
I was
were you
not
flying
in
back?
Louis at
Okay.
that time,
Okay.
but I've seen the originals.
Uh-huh.
They're in Shaper's Hobby. There's one left.
Okay. Is that the place where Jim Kostecki's airplane and there are a couple of historic airplanes there?
Yeah.
More than a couple. Yeah.
Yeah, that Formula S was bought for $40.
Uh-huh.
I guess Kostecki wanted to go get drunk, so he sold it to
Uh-huh.
Art. He sold it to Art for $40. Then he
Mhm.
asked for it back when the Worlds came, and Art said nope.
Yep. Yeah, I had heard that he had tried to get the airplane back and you know, didn't or couldn't or whatever, but I didn't really understand the background on that. But well, didn't Art have other airplanes? Didn't he? I'm trying to think. Didn't he have like a Bob Gialdini airplane or something like that there, or Jerry Worth airplanes?
Well, I think there's just a Nobler and 2 Tucker specials in there. One of the Noblers was one of the original ones, and one of the 2 Tucker specials is an original. The other is built by what's that guy's name? I think it's Mike something or other.
Hmm.
But
Okay.
You got a lot of speed. I mean, there are some historic airplanes, and they're D-speed planes and that stuff. They used to
Okay,
have.
we got our YouTube train guy wanted to give y'all some information and familiarize you with what he's got going on. Are y'all interested in if he types in some stuff into YouTube? If I talk it over to you when he types it, let's see what he's got to say.
Sure.
Yeah, let's hear it. Is he-
Okay, SD, tell us what you got, and I'll read it off to our guys. But I don't speak. He's going to be typing it in just a second. I don't speak esoteric. I don't know all of the language that the train guys speak means. So hopefully he'll fill me in on that. But he asked me earlier if he could tell us about it. So waiting for him to type some entries. Do any of you guys any of you guys ever done? Oh, hey, John, didn't see you out there. So, Kim, Danny, John, Sparky, any of you guys do trains at all ever?
I did.
I had a little Lionel with an oval track when I was like 9. That was it.
Yeah, that's about what I did too. And I ran it on the carpet without a board in it and got it all fouled up with carpet lint, and that was the end of that.
Yeah.
That same thing happened to slot cars too. They don't like and run without a plywood bottom on them.
Yep. Yeah, Dad had HO trains, and I liked looking at them and sometimes playing with them, but I could never get excited about actually doing anything with them. But
I didn't even understood scale because I always when I was growing up, the big, I don't know, they were about 8-inch long engines and cars, and maybe 6-inch. And my other friends had little ones that they called HO, but somebody told me that mine were H and the little ones were HO. I never actually could look at one and tell you anything about what the scale meant. I don't even know what HO meant or H scale. Half scale? No, it's not half scale.
no, I thought the Lionels were O scale. That's off the top of my head there. I don't really have a hard
Maybe that's
memory
what
on that.
based on. Maybe the little ones were half O scale or something like that.
Yeah,
I'm waiting for SB.
The little
Yeah,
tiny
that's
ones
what
are N
that's for, yeah.
scale.
yeah,
Next size up is HO. Then comes O gauge. Then comes G
There's
gauge.
there's a F gauge in there too, wasn't it? It was bigger than an O gauge.
I don't remember F gauge.
I never saw one. I just heard the nomenclature. But
Yeah.
anyhow,
I'm still waiting for our guy to type something in, but we can carry on with airplanes until he gives us something to talk about.
mm-hmm.
Try to accommodate everybody in modeling around here. Here we go. Said the SB-45 was not a fuel guzzler and was prone to crankshaft failure, and the Southern Pacific had 317 D-45 at 100 D-45. So he's talking a full size equipment here. So this is a big train enthusiast here. It looks like. Name is the name of a train, which is 70 ACE Fan NS. So that's apparently the name of the train. And he says he sent it.
We got a pamphlet.
Where did you send it to? ahead, Spark.
Yeah,
Oh, what you got there, John? No, we got a train.
that's a big boy.
Big boy came through town here in Delta and managed to get a picture of it. And it was very impressive. Huge
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
I had a brass big boy HO. I also had a Shea brass HO.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I had those. They'd be
Gary
worth
Sinclair says,
Well, I thought train guys might like to see that picture of the big boy.
Yeah, really.
Gary Sinclair says he got his first Lionel when he was 3 years old and still has it. I think I got mine at about that age too, because I got a picture of my dad on Christmas Eve in the middle of the night, setting it up on the living room floor, cross-legged, playing with it, with the train going around the tracks. Of course, Dad had more fun with it than I did, probably. I still got a suitcase full of train track and stuff out in the shop.
Yeah,
I don't
train.
think I saw it.
In all my travels about and around, I probably left something here and something there, and I have no train stuff at all anymore.
Mm-hmm.
We had a garage sale. I could have let my stuff go, but I probably let a box of stuff go for 50 cents that would have been worth something to a genuine collector. Or either that, it was a genuine collector that bought it for 50 cents and was thrilled. So either way is fine with me.
Probably.
Yeah, we all been on both sides of that fence.
Collecting stuff just never fascinated me. I always wanted to play with it and take it apart and see how it worked. Sometimes it went back together and sometimes it didn't.
Always puzzled me how I always had extra parts laying around after I put it back together.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seemed to work fine.
Well, yeah, that you were such an efficient builder, John.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, you can get the job done with even with leftover parts. So.
Yeah, an efficient engineer
right.
that can build stuff with no parts, less parts.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it just even when I worked on my car, I had pieces left over.
I can build that car in 20 parts. I could build that car in 15 parts. You know, build that car. Yeah,
It was something like that. Oh, hey,
yeah.
Denny, been working on the Vanguard.
All right.
Made some progress on it. Actually increased the chord of the wing a bit.
Uh-huh.
And I worked out the lucky boxes. I'm going to stick with the lucky boxes. I rotated them in the computer, and there's not, they don't wiggle or wobble very much at all, and still take care of it. And the ones I have on my All-American Eagle are very smooth. Mm-hmm. You wouldn't even know that there was it was going through a lucky box.
When you build the boxes, are you building them out of wood, plywood?
Well, on the All-American Eagle, I ran the same thing that I ran on the Vanguard to see how wide the boxes had to be so that they could accommodate, the elevators. And it turned out that I could use, that little square brass or rectangular brass tubing that's
okay, yeah, I know that. Okay.
Yeah, well, I was able to use that for that one. But what I'll usually do when I build a lucky box is I do build them out of wood, but I try to get some phenolic or something similar to phenolic for the inside surfaces where the horn or where the actually rubs. So it kind of wears better there. I think wood, it groove through in a matter of time.
Yeah. I found out my flying buddy Wes did the same thing here, but we've been making some lucky boxes out of. Let's see. I did it that way straight off, but he came to the solution. He was looking for the rectangular tube, and they didn't have any, but he had some oversized brass tubing. He just flattened it out, and he got basically a flat sided oval, and that worked really good. But he got metal boxes out of it that way rather than plywood, which was probably an improvement, over the wood. But like you say, if you can get something like phenolic or what was the other the Formica. I've heard people using scraps of Formica for that sliding surface. It sounds like that would be a really good. Sounds like that would be really tough and slippery and everything like that. So
I think you're right on with that. And the other thing you want to do is take your take the part that slides in the lucky box and
right.
Don't leave it square on the end. I use my Dremel and I just put a small radius.
Yep.
So there's nothing to
take all the points off. Right. Absolutely. Yep. Otherwise, it'll be you'll have a lucky box that'll be groovy, man. Right? I mean, that's gonna wear a groove in no time. So
yeah, I don't need that.
No, no fun at all. So,
but I extended the fuselage aft a bit, and I've got the same relationship between the wing and the stab and elevator, but made the fuselage just a little bit longer, and then I also raised the fuselage up a little bit because when I put in the horn at the first location, I didn't have enough room to hook the horn up to the push rod before it was outside the fuselage. So actually, I think it improved the looks by doing that.
So what'd you do? Lower the fuselage just a hair then, or what?
No, I actually raised the fuselage up. I've got everything, thrust line, cord line, and stab and elevator line all on the same line. It's all 1 to 1, or what is it? 0, 0, 0. And I could have dropped the elevator, stab and elevator just a little bit.
Oh, the horn is over the top?
Yeah. The horn's over the top.
Gotcha. So yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Tom Rammel asked what a lucky box is. I typed to him that it's a coupling for forward swept flaps or elevators that allows lateral relief for the couplers, so that when they move up and down, it keeps them from binding inside of the inside of the moving part of the flap or elevator.
Yeah, instead of just drilling.
You should be able to write the description of a lucky box. That was good.
Yep, that's I'm an engineer. I say it's just instead of just drilling a hole there, it's a question of putting a rectangle, like you say, to allow the sliding surface and stuff. So,
yeah.
Actually, I've gotten to where I use the 1/8 inch rectangular tubing. It's 1/8 inch ID. I use that on all my flap horns now, just to make sure if there's any little bit of misalignment or anything, it takes care of it.
It gives it a little room for error and slop. Yeah,
makes them very smooth. There's no slop in the flap going up or down. It's side to side motion.
Yep.
Plus, the only time I've ever used anything like a lucky box was on my Yak 9 because it had forward swept flaps, and that was the one, on every model I like to do something I've never done before. And not only was flaps, that was my first flap plane, but it was forward swept. And I built not traditional lucky boxes where I actually built a little box. I just hollowed out the thick enough flat wood and then capped them with plywood, and there was enough side to side slotting in there for the coupler horns to stick in there and slide more or less relatively back and forth as they went up and down, and they were fine. Gravity would drop them and raise them, so that worked.
Yeah, there's very little drag with it when they're done right. And I'm not using it for forward swept. I'm using it for a V tail. and
Yeah.
so it's interesting because I have to mount the elevator horn assembly. I have to mount that a little higher because there's not really enough room at the very root of the elevators to keep it down that low. So I raise it up just a little bit, and I've got it. It actually makes it real easy to set it in place and lock it in place. And I'm using a little magnetic latch top piece that I can just pull off, and it opens the whole thing up for me, so I can get in there. Any adjustments, or in my case, if the soldering job goes bad, and I manage to still save the airplane, I should be able to get in there and do the resolder job.
Yep. Yeah, you've had some bad recent history with the solder joints, haven't you? So
I have. I'm thinking about trying to get some plain plumber solder,
mhm.
and use that instead of trying. I don't know. I was at a pawn shop yesterday, and they had a small MIG welder.
Mhm.
A little box. Maybe 12 inches by 12 inches by 24 inches, and it had a little MIG tip on that and all that. It was not real strong, but it'd probably be strong enough to weld uh, uh, horns on, onto the
Mhm.
wire. And I'm going back there Monday. I may wind up picking it up. It wasn't that expensive.
Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, I hate it. I hate it when the controls get soft and all of a sudden, you're not centered, and you just it's going to fail if you try to do anything more. So you just go around and hope it runs out of fuel first.
Yeah, that's it. Hang on tight and hope for the best. So
Yeah. Anyway, as I get the Vanguard a little further along, I'll shoot you a copy. Let you take a look at it.
yeah, it sounds good.
I'm gonna use the electric setup that you designed for the little Ellie. Hope that's
That
okay.
sounds great. That sounds great. I hope you can make it work for you. I'm gonna looking at doing that. I'm gonna be doing well. I don't know. It's kind of a basic setup now. I'm trying to adapt that same basic layout to almost anything I do now. But I designed 3 electric conversions this week: baby flight streak, a big flight streak, and a Galaxy, which of course is very similar to the flight streak. So hoping to get to work on those before much longer. And let's see what else. I dug out the old smoothie. I got the. I That's what I wanted to ask you. You did a real nice plan for the inverted engine smoothie. Did you ever discuss that with John Brodak about possibly kitting that or putting putting that out?
Well, I didn't. I sent him the plan. Basically, it was a conversion for the smoothie that he has with the upright engine, and just how
Mm-hmm.
to convert that to an inverted engine. And my thought at the time was for him to just include that little plan in the box, so that if somebody wanted to convert it,
Mm-hmm.
they'd have to take a little balsa out of their stash, and they could convert it to inverted. They should have it there. Have you seen it there at Brodex?
No, I'm sure that he never offered it or anything like that, but I've seen your plan on it, and it just seems like a natural. I would be. I think it would have been interesting to just bring it out as a second kit, as the inverted smoothie or something like that, with 99% commonality with the other upright one. But like I like the look of the inverted engine better than the upright engine one. It just, to me, it looked like a more finished airplane, and so that's why that's what I really liked about it. But
Well, I'm thinking about it now. Having mentioned it, actually, it would make pretty good sense because I too like the inverted version of the
mhm,
smoothie a lot better than the upright. And I especially like the one that John's kidding, because I worked directly with Bob Palmer on that,
mhm,
and all of those the things in there are absolutely dead on to what Palmer said that his the way his was.
Mhm.
In fact, did he ever tell you the story about how he had two? He put two in the
Yes.
car. He had painted alike.
Yep.
Yeah, and if it was windy, he'd fly the one. If it was nice, he'd fly the other one.
Yeah. On the plans that you did, you said Palmer sent you the plans and you worked from to do Brodak's kit. Can't get much more authentic than that. And but did Palmer's plans show an inverted engine, or was that a later innovation, totally different, totally separate?
That was a later innovation. His had the upright engine on it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Somewhere in my pile of plans, I still have that original plan. Or no, I do not. I sent the original back to Palmer, but I made a copy of it before I sent it back. That's what it is.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I was just curious. The other thing, it looks, you look at especially airplanes that era and stuff like that, and I look at it and I think, man, I would love to see about another half a foot of fuselage there.
Oh yeah,
They're so short coupled and everything like that. And
well, how about that Victory? That there's a
yeah,
case in point right there. The old time Stunner Victory.
yeah,
They
the
got a
downstill
long version,
airplane.
but they got a long version, but it's hard to find the plans for that.
Okay.
I've seen the plans. I think it was over at Keith Trossel's house.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So,
Yeah, one VSC, two of them showed up at the VSC.
Okay.
Long Victories. That was the last time they showed up, so maybe they don't fly that good. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. There's not doesn't have a lot of history or anything like that. You'd have to be a real old time historian, I guess, to even know what the heck it is, So
That's true. But then there are guys, not only here but in other parts of the world. They everything is period correct. They try to have the old style wheels, props, engines, power plants.
Lead out positions, lead out
everything.
positions they used. Yeah. Yeah, there's something to be said for that. But I don't know.
Well, I know my Nobler, my 57 Nobler that I built back in 58 or 59, 58 or 59. I had the fixed lead out positions right where they were on the plans. That airplane flew great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know we've kind of been talked around that, several weeks or whatever weeks past and stuff like that. I'm so uncertain about lead out positions anymore. Of course, make them adjustable and everything like that. It's just one more adjustment and everything like that. But it seems to me with some of the new thinking on lead out positions and people are putting them all over, and it almost begs the question, well, does it really matter at all? If you had that as a lead out position, if you had other features that were adjustable, is there a way that you can make almost any lead out position work for you? If you do some combination of rudder offset or engine offset or some other offset, can you make it work even though the lead outs look like they're too far forward or too far back or something like that? So I just don't know.
Well, if the lead out enters the wing at a given position, it's going to cause a certain amount of yaw in or out. So it's got to matter to me. I don't see anything that could overcome the amount of yaw that the lead out put into it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, where the bell crank is positioned, a lot of people ask where the bell crank's positioned. I'm a subscriber to it. Doesn't really matter as long as it doesn't rub the rib holes and that the lead outs are in the right part of the tip of the wing. But the bell crank position, no. Lead out position, yes, is my opinion.
Yeah, I know, and it seems taking lead out a little bit and get a big result and stuff like that. But then again, you see people doing things vastly different and still getting a good result.
Well, look at Walker's electric Predator.
Yeah, he's doing that. And Hunt said he's been messing around with stuff like that, and he likes what he's seeing. But I don't know. I've only hang on a second. Okay, sorry about that. I'm actually getting a message from Jitsi saying my microphone's noisy, so I'm going to see if I can make some changes here. Am I coming through all right? Am I coming through all right?
You are now.
Yeah,
Okay.
it changes when you move around. Changes when you move around, but basically okay.
All right. I'm getting a message from Jitsi. He says my microphone's not working right, so I'm going to try a different one.
Is it saying?
Okay, I'm back.
Can
But
you hear?
yeah,
Mine says it's noisy frequently, but
yeah, my microphone appears to be noisy.
yeah, mine does that occasionally.
I've never had that
If you've
message
got,
pop up before. I did see I was getting
mine
a
used
weak
to
battery signal, so that could have been part of it.
mine used to never do it, and then a couple of weeks ago it started doing it, and it was about that same time Sparky asked the same question. It started doing it, so I think Jitsi is ever changing the software. So
Yeah.
I generally ignore it.
Mine did it when I was laughing. It must think my laughing is a noise.
And
I was going to say maybe it was Jitsi's very nice way of telling me to shut up and listen for a while or something like that.
yeah, I got a button here on mine that says your microphone is noisy, and I punch it once in a while whenever I get tired of you talking. Gary Sinclair says he's got a Vico smoothie he would like to redo the covering on.
Terrific.
Is it probably the inverted engine one?
Tell us about it, Gary.
By the way, Rusty, this last week I exchanged some emails with, I'm not going to mess it up, John Skolkanik or Skolanik or whatever, one of the YouTube folks.
John Skukalak.
Okay. So he was looking for some advice on some electric stuff. So we exchanged some messages, and I think he might be getting going on something here before long. But
okay.
So I thought you might get a kick out of hearing from that.
Yeah, I hope he hooks up with us and tells about it. He comes and goes once in a while. He shows up. He's actually been in here live about twice, I think, and I think he had compromised bandwidth problems, but he can welcome to try again if he wants. But if he wants to join via YouTube. Oh, there he is. He's watching. He says, "Hi guys. Hey John."
Hi John. How you doing?
Denny and I were just talking about you. He's on the tube right now.
Yeah.
We got all kinds of quiet watchers lurking in the shadows out there. You never know.
Yeah. Yeah, John, about the lead out thing. The last airplane I flew with the lead outs really far back is a couple of them actually. The last one I like that was my dad he had bought a super zilch. All right, the first of the zilches, not the duper series, but the original stick built fuselage and all that.
Yeah.
Nicely built, and we got the thing going and stuff.
No rush.
And flew that, and the airplane flew nice and stuff. But I swear to God, standing there from the inside of the circle, it looked like the airplane was banking away. It was yawed out so far, and it seemed to fly all right. But I just didn't seem like a happy air. It didn't seem to be a happy setup. So I ended up. I actually had to take off the covering off the inboard wing, and I got into it, and I moved the lead outs way forward into a modern position, if you will. and it seems to fly really nice now, but without the banking and all that kind of stuff. But then I built the Jack Chic swept wing, which by the rules he had set it up and everything. They had lead outs inside the wing. The front lead out was like right on the leading edge, and back lead out just behind it. And I moved it as far forward as I could, when I built the airplane, and there was no place to move them, so I didn't even bother making them adjustable. There was no place to adjust to. And I worked with that thing for 4 or 5 years, and I could get a certain level of performance, and it was just plateaued. And again, I went into that and cut into it, and I ended up moving the lead outs, pulled them through the leading edge, moved the back lead out where the front one was, and the front one out about an inch in front, so it was actually external to the leading edge. And it really started flying well after that. So but it should have, I think it would have, based on the lead out position relative to the CG and stuff, it should have worked where it was, in the aft position. So I just don't know, where the silver bullet is, or how do you make it all happen right and stuff. So
that's why they came up with adjustable lead outs, because
mm-hmm.
I remember when I'd never had them before, and I was real light on the lines, and it just wasn't. So he says, move them forward. So I moved them forward, and it got tighter on the lines. And I said, well, how far should I move it? And he said, well, until it starts to loosen up again, and then move them back. And that was a big enlightening to me, because I'd never had adjustable lead outs on a plane before.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember his name. He's up in the Pacific Northwest. Starts at Mike Haggard. Oh. Anyway, he built and took to VSA a Cheik's, not the sweeper, but the other one that has an extreme.
Yeah, the Freedom 45, I think it was.
Well, it was Freedom, yeah, Freedom 45. And he worked. First one he had got crashed. I think
2 or 3.
Kokinski crashed it, and he lost it in the overhead. And so he wouldn't build another one, and he worked. He apparently has got it flying pretty good, but I don't know what changes, if any, that he made. But he did do something.
Well, as I recall, just reading about it and while chatting a little bit, he apparently did a really, really nice. Again, the adjustable lead outs, when the front lead out is in front of the wing, you have to build a slot in the leading edge and everything like that, and which of course will come into play. So that had to be a heck of an engineering job for him to pull all that off. But I understand one of the things he did was a really, really nice adjustable lead out system for it to let him fix, what the original one was lacking or something like that. But
well, I remember taking the small Netzvan's Delta Wing, the small version. What's the name of that?
Fierce Arrow or Half Fast?
Yeah, the small Fierce Arrow, the 15 size. And I didn't have adjustable lead outs. I put the lead outs where they showed on the plans. And he was there working with me, and he was adjusting the way it flew on the lead outs by adding nose weight. And he was we got it adjusted where it flew pretty good, and then I think we went too far, and I lost the plane, crashed it. But he says, yeah, we should have stopped back there, before. But I'd never seen anybody adjust that with changing making it more nose heavy.
Yeah, I'm surprised. That would have been the same effect as moving the lead outs back then, right? By moving the CG forward, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
That little Fierce Arrow, I redrew the plans on that, and I made adjustable leadouts on it. And that little plane, the way he designed it, with the he had the pivot point on the elevator was back a little bit. It had like 3/8 of an inch in front of it, so when or more, half inch. When you'd give it full elevator, it actually opened up and was visible looking down the top of the wing, giving it down or
Okay.
under. It was what do they call it, counterbalanced. Is that the
Yeah,
right word?
a freeze arrangement or something like that. But yeah, yeah, an aerodynamic balance, so it would take some of the load off the controls. That would be a good idea on an elevator that big, wouldn't it? So
Yeah. But
Mike Haverly. Mike Haverly,
Mike
that's the name.
Haverly, that's the guy. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank
Freedom.
Charles Carter. Charles told us that. He's watching too.
Yeah. Freedom 45 was his plane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Gary Sinclair says he's got the smoothie with the upright engine on it.
Really?
With the upright engine. Okay.
He says he likes.
It's not hard. It's not hard to recover them.
He likes it with the engine inverted better as far as aesthetics goes.
I agree with him. It looks better. The first smoothie I ever saw back in 57, 58 had an inverted engine. The T-Bird that my buddy flew had the upright engine. And it looked ancient compared to that smoothie. That smoothie looked real slick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just did an electric conversion for the upright engine T-Bird, and it was every ounce of my stamina I could put into it to force myself to put that big old hood on top of it and everything out there. It looks like you got it all finished up and got it all trimmed up, and it didn't look so bad, but it's got kind of a steampunk to it. Steampunk look to it or something like that. It looks like a locomotive, if you can imagine an airplane, a cross between that big boy, and an airplane. You end up with that great big old hood on top and everything like that.
Well,
So
my buddy's T-Bird that had the upright engine, he didn't have that on there. He just had a Johnson 35 super stunt, and that cylinder was just sticking up there out of it. It was all nice and smooth.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of them like that. I think that would be a nicer look than the hooded one, but a slicker one. It'd be a slicker look anyway. But
especially if you made it electric and you just didn't have it sticking up.
Oh, sure, yeah. You make that nose like a torpedo. So
yeah.
Hey, T-Bone Tom Luciano just checked in a minute ago and reminded us that this is the last day we get to look at these two handsome guys on the Stunthangar calendar.
All right.
And, so starting on March 1st, we'll have to start looking at this handsome dude right here. Am I getting a big screen for y'all?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, good. There you go.
Do you know what tomorrow is?
Is that Charles?
Yeah.
That's Charles. Yeah. That's what
Okay, I was going to say, looking at that grin, would you buy a used airplane from that man? Oh,
I would. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
If he had his dog Spot with him, yeah, probably.
That's it. Only used by a little old lady on Sundays, right? Or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what tomorrow is, though? The 29th of
February.
It's Sadie Hawkins Day.
Oh, really?
Oh, is it?
You remember Sadie Hawkins? How many of you are little Abner fans?
Kind of predates me a little bit.
Sadie Hawkins.
Abner.
Yeah, little in little Abner's town there.
Yep.
On the 29th, on Sadie Hawkins Day, all the bachelors would line up and get a head start, and all the little spinster ladies and all that were unmarried got in and chased him down. If they caught one of them, they could drag him back in front of Mary and Sam.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I
It's
don't
Dog
remember the
Patch.
comic, but I remembered seeing the movie they did based on the stage play. So.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I was never quite intellectually in tune with Little Abner. I don't know what it was, but I never clicked with that strip.
You probably lived too close to the area where it was drawn about, my friend.
Yeah.
I do live in South Kakalaki.
Hit too close to
That
home.
was, that was
That's a good
Louisiana,
point.
wasn't it? Was that Louisiana?
No, that was in the mountains there.
Oh,
Run
I guess I thought it was Arkansas, but I don't know.
that might be right. Yeah.
It was in the Appalachia.
Was that Dog Patch? Was that Dog Patch?
Dog
That's
Patch,
right.
US.
That's Dog Patch.
All right, now you got me
Yep.
thinking.
Remember
All right,
Granny?
Who?
maybe we'll have a YouTuber
Granny?
checking into what's the word?
I
Oh,
think that was her name.
corncob pipe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Her short skirt and their combat boots or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. And Daisy May is his girlfriend, sort of. Yeah.
Poor Daisy May. I don't know how many times he had to wrestle Little Abner down on Sadie Hawkins' day.
Hmm.
Who was the guy that always had the rain cloud in his face?
Hmm.
Bad
I
luck
don't know.
all
I
the
don't
time.
blank.
And then there was Evil Eye Flegel. Give you the evil eye and bad things that happen to you.
I'm drawing a blank. I wasn't as into it as I thought, I guess. I remember Daisy May. So, yeah.
I can't remember his name, but I can see him in my mind,
Yeah.
And what were those little white things that run around there? They look like kind of ghosts. They had a name for them.
Schmooze.
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 And the schmooze.
Yeah.
The schmooze were good to eat. They'd lay down and let you kill them and eat them.
Oh, geez. Joe Blitzfig.
I wish I could have made
No.
all this knowledge I have floating around in my brain.
That was the rain cloud guy, right?
Yeah, I think so.
God.
Yeah.
And not one of them flew a control line airplane.
Well, that's it. No, you had to go to Steve Canyon for that, right? Oh.
Yeah. Steve Kane, what was the Mexican guy's name that had the buttons always popping off and the chicken would be waiting there to grab it? Oh no, that was Smiling Jack.
That's Smiling Jack. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I forget the Mexican's name though. What are you building there?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the only one doing anything useful tonight.
I'm sanding. No. Well, I'm gradually knocking the rough spots off this Navigator, and it's got plenty to knock off. But kind of waiting for the dope to cure. Not really waiting long enough. And I got the elevator and the rudder to my little Skylark sitting here. They got a clear coat on them. So at some point, this will go to the rear end of the plane.
That's the Navigator. That's the big Berkeley kit, isn't it?
It's Jetco. It was Jetco. You're thinking of the Sea Cat.
Hold that up. Let me see this.
There was a Sea Cat. That was a Berkeley kit.
Boy, that sure looks a lot like it, though. Oh, I love water planes and RC. It's so much fun, except you don't want to kill the engine while it's out there. Well, it's nice. You can always take off and land with
Well,
the wind in the correct position.
yeah. I told the guys earlier, this has never seen any water. The one time I float tested, it almost sank, so it always flew out of pastures. It's a belly slider, but it's a pretty belly slider, and so it's finally getting restored. I've started on it a couple times, but last time I flew was in the mid 80s. So
well,
hopefully it's small this summer. We will see.
You should be able to tighten that hull up to where you can take off water. I mean, that is so much fun with an RC plane, is taking off of water. I take it you've done that, so you know what I'm talking about.
I'm going to try if I can get the weight down. Well, I haven't done it with a flying boat. I have a lazy bee that's got pontoons, and I've got a little airplane that was designed by Ken Willard called a pool boy, and I've flown it off a little bit of water. But I was telling the guys early on when I bought the radio for this thing back, I built it back in 1977, and I bought a K Logitrol radio, and the radio was so heavy when I float tested, the water came up to almost the windows, so it never got flown off of water. But I'm thinking now with a really light radio, who knows, it might. If it rides high enough, I may give it a try.
Yeah.
Okay.
If not, it'll just be my old pasture slider.
I found some old plans.
But
I'm gonna.
She's getting smoother a little bit. Time goes by.
Some stuff you guys might like. Hang on a second here.
Hey, look at that. We're all there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
This is
There
what
it is.
Tim got. All right. And that was the Jetco kit, but I also found.
There it is. Yeah. Yep.
That's a darn nice looking seaplane.
Yep. It's just, I mean, Don McGovern, we were talking about that. Don McGovern just had an eye for seaplanes. This was also Don McGovern, the Privateer. This is one of the little ones. This is a 36-inch wing. You can see there's a lot of, so you can certainly see the family resemblance and through the cabin area and stuff. Did a beautiful job with those celluloid, basically the flat plastic wraparound windshields and stuff like that.
No, is that that is the Berkeley kit, the small private.
That's it. Yep. Yeah, and this is the Jetco. Yeah, this is the Jetco kit. All right. And then this is the 114-inch Privateer.
McGovern's monster.
Yep. Look at that structure. I mean, it's almost a shame to carve it up. Just a zillion spars and all open bays.
Yeah.
And there's that 3-panel wing, Kim, like you were talking, basically flat. I think it's flat in the middle. Oh, that looks like it might actually have a little bit, and then another dihedral brake mid-span. Yeah. But they were designed as free flights, I think, too. And then he added radio to them later on. I think just rudder originally. So.
You notice where the step is in relation to the CG?
Can't imagine flying one of those.
Yeah, really. But yeah, and that's the other thing. It's a little hard to see, but you see how that step is? It's not straight across the hull. It's kind of a wraparound. You see that? You see the shape? Yep. And that was something.
Yeah.
The Navigator's like that too, isn't it, Kim? The step isn't a straight, flat line across the airplane, is it?
Let's see the bottom of that.
What's are you talking about? The bottom, or what are we talking about?
Yeah, on the bottom. The step where planes, or the forward hull, there's a step to the aft fuselage and stuff. Yeah. But it's not just a straight line across the airplane. So yeah, it's like that here too.
Oh, yeah. You mean it's pointed center of the,
that made
it
for
comes to a point in the center of the flag.
Mm-hmm.
that makes for more easier planing up on up on step. It's more
Yeah.
like a motorboat hull, and the
Mhm.
tail is up high enough. The rear end is up high enough to keep it out of the water when it's up on step, and
Yeah.
it's
There's the
located where it's
CG.
located,
Yeah.
just at that point behind CG, so that it's like trike gear. You don't want the wheels too far back because it doesn't want to make it harder to rotate. In this case, it rotate quite easily.
Yeah. And Kim, there's that picture they used to put in all the ads. The airplane climbing out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. There it is. Oh, yeah. Yep. Beautiful airplane.
Yeah, and nicely, nice, beautiful artwork there and stuff like that too. I mean, it looks like it looks like a photograph, even though it isn't. Okay. Anyhow, yeah, a couple of years back, I went looking for a bunch of seaplane plans. I had an idea. I was going to try to do a plan, reminiscent of those, and or a kit for the Dare product line that John carries. I talked a little bit with Terry Dean, who basically runs the Dare product. And well, he used to own Dare, and then he sold it to John, but he's still involved with it and everything like that. But at any rate, we talked over. He really liked the old seaplanes too. We talked about the idea of maybe doing a kind of an updated seaplane, bring it up as a Dare kit. That never progressed very far on it. But
So
anyhow,
somewhere in my stash of crashed airplanes, I have the fuselage of a little half A Dare seaplane that I picked it up somewhere. Somebody gave it to me or something. Hey, I went to Amazon and looked in there. I was trying to find some information, scale like information for the A10, and I did find the book I was looking for, and I ordered it. It's used, but like new. As they said, cost a whole lot more than they used to cost when you go to the squadron signal books.
yeah.
Yeah, you used to buy those for what, $8, $9, and that one was $25 and change. But anyway,
And it was used. If it had been new, it
it
would have
was
been $80.
used.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I expect to see it here pretty soon, and I'm not going to be drawing it up real soon, but I'm getting kind of excited about trying to convert that into a twin engine stunner.
Yeah, really. It'd be
Yeah.
interesting to see just how it goes. Sometimes
Oh,
it's fun to work on those designs, and even if you don't build them, just see what they might look like.
yeah,
You look,
yeah,
some of them are obviously they're not going anywhere, but others you look at it, hey, that ain't so bad. So,
yeah.
and I
Well,
mean,
it's got that long nose on it, so you got plenty of room to move your battery in to
well, that's
balance.
it. That's it. You got room for the battery, but you also got, you won't even have to get the big Gatlin gun up there to balance it out or everything like that. So.
Yeah. Well, I'll have a stub up there painted to look like one if I do it. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I guess the history of that airplane, that was actually the first part of the airplane to be designed. They got the gun basically sitting in space, and then they designed an airplane to carry the gun.
Around it,
So,
yeah.
yeah.
First
So,
time I saw one of those flying was when I lived in Alaska. It was like 1973, I think,
mhm.
or 72. And we had the Knik River had overflowed its banks, and so we were about to get flooded out. And so the Elmendorf Air Force Base sent 3 or 4 of those up there. They wind up flying around there, probably taking pictures or who knows what. But there was 3 or 4 of them flying around, and I thought, boy, I've never seen that one before.
Mhm.
Kind of find out it was A10. Now, A-10s didn't join the Air Force though until I think it was 1975 when they were officially adopted by the Air Force.
Okay, I thought it was even later than that, but yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, the thing is it wasn't a sleek
Mm-hmm.
fighter that go twice the speed of sound or anything, and so a
Mhm.
lot of the pilots didn't want to fly it. So it wound up in the Air National Guard's inventory.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if this story is true, but it was told to me is that the National Guard was dealing in an exercise with other planes, and they had some old Navy ships out there, a cruiser and something else, and that A-10 went down on that cruiser and cut it in half.
I believe it. I believe it could have.
And all of a sudden, it gained a little more respect.
Mm-hmm. Well, you read the stories and everything like that about back, in World War II, the little 50 caliber machine guns on American fighters used to wreak havoc, especially with destroyers and stuff like that, because anything that wasn't armored on deck and stuff, they could. It wasn't so much a question of putting great big holes in the boat or anything like that, but they could just make life very unpleasant for anything on
Well, yeah.
deck.
Well, and the if I remember correctly, the Corsair had 20 millimeter cannons.
Yeah, some of them did. And remember, they put on the B-25, they put a 75 millimeter cannon that was
Yes,
basically a single shot. But then the A-10, wasn't that a 75 millimeter Gatlin?
They could
30.
switch them out all different sizes. They could go
Uh-huh.
all the way down to 55
My
millimeter.
understanding is a 37 millimeter 8-barrel Gatling gun.
It was 37. All right, so that's half the. But with you put that much ordnance on a ship, all of a sudden you can start doing things like, basically stitching a line across the hull and cutting it in half. So.
Well, yeah, and they had high explosive rounds, and they had rounds with depleted uranium.
Yep. Yeah, the high
So,
energy rounds. Yeah.
yeah, those things. My understanding, those things would wreak havoc on a tank.
Yep. Well, yeah, they were designed as tank busters, basically, right? So.
Yep.
You could take out a tank. You could certainly do hell on an old cruiser. The
Oh
destroyer
yeah.
would have been a no contest, but
Yeah. Well, over the years, there's several times they first off, let me back up a minute. First off, my understanding is they got the idea for that type of a plane because in Vietnam, they had the F-105 was supposed to be a close air support. Trouble was, it would come in fast and low and drop its ordnance, and it was gone. It couldn't stay around to help. So then they brought in what was affectionately called a SPAD, but it was actually the World War II Sky Raider.
yeah.
And that thing could load down with ordnance, and it could stick around for a long time and support the troops. And that's what they wanted with the A-10. Well, the A-10's got a range of over 8,000 miles,
Mm-hmm.
and it's nearly indestructible for any ground fire. It's got that titanium tub on it,
Mm-hmm.
and the engines are somewhat protected by the titanium on the lower portion of the wings and the fuel tanks sit right on top of the wing, and so they're pretty well protected in there. Anyway, yeah, I've been reading up on it. It has a little bit of dihedral, kind of a flat wing and then dihedral to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's got some interesting things. The gear, if I remember correctly, comes forward up into they've got those things that stick out in front of the wing,
Uh-huh.
and the gear doesn't completely go out of sight. It's kind of the main gear. The nose gear, though, because that gun being there, the
Yep.
nose gear is off to the side of the
Yep.
nose. Yeah. They
Yeah, that
say
was
you,
considered innovative and a raging wild idea when they did that. Put the nose gear a little off center. So
yeah. Well, and they tried to cashier it out of the service a couple of times, and every time they did, uh, we got involved in something where it was just the plane that they had to have on the battlefield.
well, there isn't anything like it. They've tried to replace it a couple, or thought they could just do without it, and we'll bring in we'll arm up some F-15s or something, and they'll do that. No, they can't do it. They cannot do that mission because they were not designed to do that mission, which is
That's
basically
right.
low and slow with a lot of gun and stick around, like you say, stick around for a while. So
Well, yeah, and the darn thing, a 23 millimeter projectile will not penetrate the titanium on the bottom of the airplane.
yep.
It's incredibly tough. They also have such. If you look on the bottom of that wing, there's just tons and tons of stations for ordnance.
Yeah.
Every kind of bomb or laser guided missile or JDAMs and everything else can fit on
Yeah.
that.
I've seen some pictures of the airplane flying fully loaded, and it's like you wonder what the aerodynamics is because it doesn't have a bottom of the wing by the time it's all loaded up. It's like
Yeah,
everything on the bottom, it's so disruptive there. It's like, how in the heck does this thing even fly?
yeah. Well,
But
it's an interesting airplane. They have upgraded the electronics in it. They've upgraded, over the years several times. The
mhm.
aiming systems, the types of systems it's been all upgraded. And the last upgrade they did, the Boeing contracted for a couple $1 billion to re-wing the ones that they've got out of the original 700 and some odd that they got. They've still got about close to 300 of them left. And that's with all the wars we've been through and all the action they've seen and all the time. I'm sure not all of them were shot down. They just wore out.
Yeah. Yeah, we had, by the way, we had an air guard, or they were A-10s in our air guard unit here in Fort Wayne too. They're based at our airport, at the international airport. They combined bases and brought them to all of Fort Wayne. We had A-10s here for quite a while, and now they switched over to F-16s, which is not bad either. That's
Yeah.
still fun too. So,
Well, the Iraqis called them the Cross of Death. That's what they call that airplane. Now the plane that they're wanting to they're trying to put it into replacing it is the F-35.
yeah.
And I just don't think the F-35 is going to be able to do it.
No, I think the problem with the F-35 is that it's a modern version of the F-111. Let's take one airframe and we're going to give it to everybody,
Yeah.
and it's like a jack of all trades and master of none. It does.
Yep.
It's not really. It's not as good as any of the airplanes it's supposed to replace because they were all purpose built. And the A-10 mission, the design and the mission was so far different than anything else that you can't just plug in a replacement for it. It would have to be another dedicated design with whatever you've learned from the A-10, and let's do it even better or something like that. But you can't just plug in an armored up fighter or something like that. It just ain't going to work. So.
Yep. Well, the first really.
Hi, Bill.
Hey, Bill. How you doing? The first really dedicated and successful heavy ground support aircraft was a Stormovik.
Yep.
World War II. And they proved the concept. The Germans just hated to see those things come around because they knew they were going to take a licking.
Yep.
And they had the titanium on the bottom, the underside of the plane as well. Where they got it, I don't know, but they had it.
I didn't know that it was titanium. I had heard that they were armored. They had built an armored box that covered basically enclosed the engine back through the crew compartment, and then they just kind of hung an airplane around the outside of it.
Yeah.
And so the airplanes were tough, but the other thing is that of course, they carried nice, big, nasty guns, so they could go out tank busting and stuff like that. But
Well,
there
the
was a
Russians,
mission, 150 miles an hour and 150 feet off the ground. That was their mission. So
yep, and the Russians were always too. If they saw somebody come by, the Germans come by with 20 millimeter cannon, they thought that was pretty good. We'll put 30 millimeters on our airplanes. And when
Mhm.
when the Germans came out, what they have? They had that big. It was a cannon actually slung underneath a Stuka.
Mhm.
What was that? That was a 100 millimeter or 80 millimeter.
I don't remember them going that big. I remember they had like a 47 or something like that. But the thing, yeah, it was us hanging on out there. They couldn't even, and it hung like, they had to put it out far in the wing because I think the barrels overhung the prop. It was just really,
Yeah.
really out there.
Well, the Russians put 40 millimeters on
Yeah.
theirs. Oh, big gun, nice. Bigger gun, better.
Hmm.
Yeah. But that was the beginning, I think, of modern thinking, what we'd
Hmm.
call modern thinking for close air ground support.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I would consider that to be the prototype for the A-10, probably closer than anything else, you know?
Yep.
So,
Yeah,
hey, Bill, you're back. Oh.
it was the same mission,
Yeah.
busting tanks and helping out the troops.
Yep, absolutely. And hanging around for a little bit. So,
Yeah, they
not
had
very,
that. I don't know what happened if they got a real fighter on their tail. They had that guy sitting there with the gun pointing up towards the back,
yeah.
but I don't know. I don't know how effective he was. They must have fighter support with them when they were in a close-in mission. Hey, how you doing, Mike?
Hi, Mike. Well, I understand. I read the Eric Hartman's book. Eric Hartman was the guy with the 352 confirmed or air-to-air kills. And he took out a lot of Stormovics, and the way he did it, said the only way you could do it is that on the bottom side of the airplane there was a little oil cooler exposed, and he used to try to shoot out the oil cooler because then he could take the engine out and bring the airplane down. And a lot of those airplanes may have actually survived and come back, and with a new oil cooler on them. But as far as the crew compartment and the engine and stuff, there just wasn't a lot that you couldn't do enough damage on it. You had to really, he used his tactics included getting in close and tight and trying to go under, an airplane that's only flying 150 feet off the ground, right? Go under it
Yeah.
to take out the oil cooler. So that's a pretty good shooting. So
What he would have had to slow. What did he fly? A
109.
Focal 109.
Yep.
He'd have to slow that down quite a bit.
Yep. Yeah,
Probably.
he'd be just basically, he'd be at just above idle probably, but.
Yeah, going under that way he would avoid the gunner on the back half of the cabin.
Yep.
On that thing. Yeah. Yeah, they had their weak points. That oil cooler would be a definite one.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's going to bring down the Mustang or any of the liquid cooled engines.
Yeah.
Like the P-38, you could get the cooling system on that, and it was going to go down sooner or later.
Yeah.
Unlike a P-47 where it was air cooled, I had a friend that flew with the 8th Air Force. He flew over Normandy, and he said he'd get 1 or 2 cylinders shot off.
Yeah, it just boggles the mind, doesn't it?
Yeah, as long as you didn't touch the settings, you could fly it home.
Hey guys, I have a question on YouTube from Richard Schwimmer. He says, got a question for the flaps of most planes flat plate rather than a continuation of the airfoil. And also, Bill Cole just joined us. So if y'all can answer that question about the flaps. And that line could just join us.
You mean
So,
the
anyway.
airfoil cover, what's on the Pathfinder?
I think you're talking about flaps that you take a full airfoil and then just cut the flap out of it rather than adding a flap to the back of the wing. So you get the full contour out to the trailing edge of the wing and then have just the flaps, right?
Yeah.
Rusty, is that the way
Yeah.
you think that's what he means?
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
They're flat rather than continuing on with the airfoil
Yeah.
shape.
Well, I built them that way, and I had some really good flying airplanes that were built that way, and I think some of the payoffs for it were frankly not having anything to do with the airfoil so much as the fact that the flaps, doing them that way, my flaps were like 3/4 of an inch thick, which means that they were incredibly stiff, which means there was no deflection in the surfaces whatsoever when they moved and stuff like that. And I think that made them effective. What I don't like about it, and what later thinking, and Al Rabe to me was the guy who really was on top of this from the start and everything. A lot of other people have worked through it. So instead of designing the flap, with the airfoil and then deflecting it, when you do that, you get a big bend in the top surface of the airfoil. Comes down, and then the flap deflects, and you get a sharp bend. Imagine, if you will, having it so the airfoil comes down and then goes into a fairly flat flap, but when it deflects, the top surface is a relatively smooth curve, or a continuous surface when the flap is deflected, rather than when the flap is neutral. And at least, without a wind tunnel test or anything like that, it just seems to me like that would be a more effective control surface. One that's designed to be the cleanest when it's deflected. And I don't mean deflected 45 degrees. I mean deflected probably something like 15 degrees or so, which I would think is pretty close to what the control surface, the control deflection that we actually use. So it's a
more realistic.
Yeah. We're not, I know you can move the controls and they move farther than 15 degrees and stuff, but we don't use full control on anything. So, design it with about a 15-degree deflection with a smooth surface on it. That would seem to be the best, smoothest, highest velocity on the top surface, which is lowest pressure and the most lift. And then take a bit of a hit, if you will, in a level flight setting where you have the flap coming, or the airfoil coming down, and then a discontinuity where the flap is. Or you could call it discontinuous, or if you're an optimist, you would call it a reflex, which makes it sound like it's a lot less painful. So,
well, like
so anyhow,
Rusty,
I don't have the YouTube open. Does that answer the question?
I think so. Yeah, Richard says he's building a twister and it's got flat flaps, and he was just thinking that. And I believe he might be the one that posted a similar question on Stunthangar recently that I saw, but I can't remember for sure if him.
Dennis, you said.
But yeah,
Dennis, you used the word reflex wing or reflex.
Yeah.
We use those in powered paragliding. We have reflex wings. So
Okay.
certain types of powered paragliding wings, and even just regular unpowered paraglider wings. There's trimmer tabs on the rear risers, and you can crank them in so that the tail of the canopy is down just a hair, and that provides more lift for takeoff and slower landings. But when you're in full flight, you let the trimmers out, and what you're doing is letting out like 6 inches of line, and that relaxes basically the last 25% of the glider wing, and just lets it fly perfectly straight. And you're only flying on the first 3/4 of the wing, and the last quarter of the wing is not doing anything, but that's for higher speeds and being able to go somewhere. Be able to just in full flight, you can go, and you only bring the trimmers in when you're landing or for takeoff. But once you take off, we call that a reflex wing.
Yeah.
Powered gliding. Same
Wasn't
principle,
there?
I'm imagining.
Oh, it's Treyan that was talking about setting up for speed runs and for and that with a sailplane, they reflex the back of the airfoil
Yeah, just
to
a
get
little bit. Yep.
just a little bit. Yeah. And you also get better penetration when you do that when you're going into the wind.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm kind of like Denny though. I've seen the full flaps that come in with like Raves and others. They look beautiful, they really do. But I feel like the flat flap back there is actually for our use a little bit better for us. Not that the other one won't work. It isn't good. Like Denny said, being 3/4 inch thick makes him really strong. Whereas a 1/4 inch or a 3/8 inch flap straight out off the back is not necessarily the strongest way you can go. That's why you
Yeah.
need a lot of hinges on that to help strengthen it.
Yeah. Well, and again, obviously, but even with a 1/4 or 3/8 flap, if you're worried about it deflecting, you do other things with it to try to make it stiffer. I'm a big
Yep.
fan of just making them solid. And I haven't done it myself, but I've seen people have a lot of luck covering them with fiberglass cloth and resin, and stuff like that. Literally turning them into fiberglass structures just to make them that much stiffer, and
Yep.
pay a small weight penalty to get a more effective control surface, which sounds like a pretty good trade-off. My God, Mike is painting too. Mike and Kim are getting real work done. All right, the Galaxy.
Putting some silk span on the rudder of the Galaxy right now.
All righty.
I got the fuses done, the elevator's hinged, and I built the wing yesterday. I'll show you all in a little bit. I do have a little show and tell progress here, but I'm going to be plugging away on this. I think I'm going to sit down and start doing cap strips here while we're talking.
Okay.
That's the next in the order.
All right.
Or maybe
go back to when you were 8 years old for a minute, visiting Joe's Hobby Center. Do you remember the little seaplane that was hanging from the hobby shop from the ceiling?
Absolutely.
You remember that?
I remember every plane that hung from that hobby shop.
Kim, hold up your fuselage again. You see that?
Oh, yeah. Is that a Berkeley kit?
Jetco.
Jetco. Okay, it's a Jetco one. Yep.
I used to work at Joe's. Mike used to come in there with his dad. So
I always wanted the Curtis pusher, man.
Uh-huh.
That's awesome. I always wanted that Cox Curtis pusher. Did anybody ever fly that, Dennis? Or was it for sale?
I don't know. I never heard of it or anything like that, but I'm with you. I always wanted to fly one of those.
Well, a bad one goes for $500 on eBay, and one new in the box. I've seen them, so still in the plastic, all the parts in the carriers, motor still in the box. The cheapest I've seen one complete, untouched, is about $800, and I've seen them go as high as $1,200 on eBay.
I believe it.
Yeah, but like a flyable model or one with a few broken pieces still commands $500, man.
Yeah.
Do you know the one we're talking about, Rusty?
I'm sorry, I'm so busy with this guy on the YouTube. I have not been able to listen to what y'all are talking about.
It's the Cox Curtis biplane pusher 049 control line plane. It was a monstrous big. You know what a Curtis biplane is?
I do know. Yeah, I know what that looks like.
So the Cox did a plastic version with a pusher motor for control line, and it had the guy sitting out front. It's orange and black, orange wings, orange tail assembly, and I've never ever seen one flying. I've never even seen a video of one flying.
I've never seen one in real life. I've just seen a picture of the box, and that's about it.
Yeah, they had one hanging in the hobby shop in Detroit. I've already told myself if I ever win the lottery, I'm paying $1,000 for one on eBay. I don't care what it costs. I'm gonna fly the goddamn thing, man. I'm gonna put it together and fly it. I don't care because
you get that. You give me a shout. I'll be down. I'll launch it for you, pal. All right.
Yeah, wanted to see one of those fly ever since I was a kid, man. And
Yep.
I guess that's why everyone that's assembled and has been flown that's sold is broken. That's why they're broken. Because I imagine if your engine quits at 15 feet, it probably falls out of the sky like a stone. Now I would think
Pretty fast.
think if if you knew the engine was going to quit and you kept it at like 2 or 3 feet, you could probably land it without breaking it. What the hell are you doing, coronavirus?
They said if you had a meeting with more than 6 people, you should wear a mask. This thing keeps growing and growing.
You actually look better there.
I know. I mean, they said they don't know how it's transferred, so it must be by electronic meeting.
It could be.
You need
It
to
is
put a
Chinese.
little smile on that thing.
But, I'm all set for this year's flying. I got my UV protection for my eyes.
Where's your hat? And white pants, right?
I don't have any white pants. I'm going to have to get them. But it won't be shorts. But see, I got the handle.
Yeah.
Now you just
And
need to
you're
learn how
turning
to
into
fly.
it. That looks like something Suge might be wearing.
Oh,
A little hat.
Hey,
Well, hey,
Shug's getting to be
I
pretty
thought
good.
I was doing my part. I just read about this. I'm so scared of coronavirus. I'm boycotting Corona beer. So
So I got some gloves.
I saw something on the news today. Corona beer and their stock and their sales have actually gone down because there are stupid people out there that think coronavirus is related to Corona beer. They
Yep.
have suffered a decrease in sales in the last.
It's
2 weeks.
incredible how much stupid is out there. It's just incredible.
Mhm.
Hey, Kim Stricker, Tom Randall told me to check your PMs on Stunthangar. He sent you a PM.
So I have one of these graphene lithium batteries. Anybody use those?
I've heard about them. They're supposed to be the newest
Yeah, I was
newest
watching
buzz. Got any? How's it looking? Have you been able to use it yet?
I just got it today, but supposedly you can charge them faster and you can draw down faster too.
Okay.
Graphene's amazing stuff.
Yeah.
And it's cobalt free too.
The only thing that
that's amazing stuff.
The higher the C rating, the more the battery weighs.
It is heavier. Yep.
Yeah. So, that's what I was looking
Really?
at. I guess if you need nose weight or whatever, but I didn't want to use them and then add tail weight.
I think the graphene is also it's a new. It's supposed to be a better way of building a lipo battery, and I don't think. I'm not sure if they're I don't know that it's heavy because of graphene or heavy because you got a high C rating or something like that. But what are the ratings on it, Bill? What's a rated discharge?
Geez, I don't know. It's a 75C.
Okay, that's it. That's a pretty high discharge rate battery. That used to, not long ago, that was as fast as you can get. I think they got hundreds and 120s now, but 75C is going to tend to be a little bit heavier battery. Is that a Hobby City? Hobby King? Whatever.
Hobby King.
Yeah.
I didn't order it there. I think it's a Turnigy battery.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
I didn't know they had anything being ready for production yet. I'm glad to see that.
Yeah, they've had
it
it for
either,
a
and I
little
hear
while.
people are saying they've been using them for a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And the RC stuff, it's they use specially ducted fan and the drones.
Yeah, the high C stuff would be really good for any high performance pylon racers, the ducted fans, anybody like that would like a lot of discharge capacity, fast discharge capacity. So, but
yeah, that was the only reason I haven't tried them. I think Dick tried one of the high voltage ones too.
yeah, they haven't really, they made a big splash when they first came out, and they haven't done much with those, as near as I can tell.
Yeah, I know it. And I don't know why.
So, Bill, is your battery, is it a 4.2 volt cell or 4.35? Is it a high volt cell?
I don't know. It shows that it's 11.1 and it's a 3-cell, so it must seems like
Yeah, that would be that would be a standard capacity. And you know what I mean about the high voltage capacity? So the nominal on the normal batteries is 3.7. I think on the high voltage it's like 3.9 or something like that. So instead of 11.1, it would be what, 11.4, I guess.
Yeah.
But and then the max voltage went from 4.2, instead of 4.2 it was 4.35, which all sounded good. It sounded like that would be a good thing. That could actually translate in or behave like extra capacity on a airplane where you're governing like we do in stunt. But anyhow, okay, no experience with it, but I will be waiting for your reports there.
Okay, so, I'll probably try it in an RC plane, but
well, yeah, you can get some back-to-backs and performance, or anything you can get on capacity or anything. How does it compare head-to-head with the older cell or something like that? But
I was out flying off the frozen lake this week with my old-time free flight, a Streak, but it's got a K&B 049. Do you remember those motors?
Oh
yeah, I can't believe anybody's still got one running. But.
And I didn't change the bands on the stab, and that was a mistake. And I did a short flight and it was okay. And then the next flight, it's like it's going up, and then all at once it's doing all these gyrations in the sky, and the motor quits and it comes down and into a kind of a spiral, but it didn't hurt it any. And I look it over and I couldn't figure it out. And so then I give it another launch and the thing goes completely inverted and then flips over and hits again, and that did a little damage. And I just figured out afterwards that those bands weren't good enough, that the tail was wiggling around in the air.
Bad idea.
Nothing works right when
Oops.
Nothing works right when it's that cold outside, does it?
It was about 40 to 42 degrees or something. The sun was out and I got it started pretty well. But yeah,
I figured you were 15-degree weather or something.
Then the next day we had a nice north wind and I was slope soaring off the bluff here. And
you're in Minnesota?
Yeah.
Let's see your fingers. Fingers? Yeah, no frostbite there.
Yeah. All right. Of course not. He's up there. He's used to it. He doesn't mess around, right? Not
I don't know.
I can get away without gloves today. Yeah, right.
I can't stand like the ice fishing and bare hands, and then where you're dipping them in the water and that. Oh man.
No.
That does not look like my idea of fun fishing.
What's that, Rusty?
I said I need to go ice fishing.
Yeah.
It's just a deal to where I got a chance to get out.
I watch them on TV ice fishing, but it doesn't look like my idea of fun fishing to me. I'm more like Florida fishing. That's standing out on the beach, cast out into the warm water.
It's a hoot, man.
Hey, Kim, did you hear me when
it's a reason to drink. All my friends that go, they get so drunk, they don't know how cold it is outside.
Rusty, if you get in a shanty with just a Coleman lantern on the ice in Michigan, you'll be down to your T-shirt in about 20 minutes, man. Just a Coleman
really
lantern.
It'll warm up that.
Of course, you got 2 cases of beer and a bottle of Irish whiskey with you too. But
yeah,
fun. I had snowmobiles when I lived in Michigan, and we go out on the ice and drag a portable shanty out there and spend the day. It's a lot of fun, man.
Yeah,
Trolling
and the
it-
fish are instantly frozen when you take them out of the water too. So I'd like to do it sometime, just for the hell of it.
Trolling is tough.
Yeah. Well, I thought it's tough, but that's what you use the snowmobile for, right?
Yeah. You make a real long cut in the ice, and then take the
Yeah.
snowmobile and you run alongside of it.
Well, yeah, that's it. I mean, if you're trying to row or something like that, it's tough. But if you take the snowmobile, you can go trolling real easy. So
My best friend, I don't know, probably 5-6 years ago, he goes to the UP ice fishing. He's got a shanty up there that he's a carpenter, and they built this damn ice shanty with skis on it and stuff like that. And they can pull it out with a old snowmobile, and then they pop it up, and it holds, I don't know, 5 or 6 people. But so he gets out there, and he said there was like earthquakes. So it was like bang, and the ice would shake and shit, you know. They said, oh, the ice was just popping. And he's like, I don't know, I don't like this, you know. So he says, I'm gonna go back in. You know, I'll come get you guys in a little while when you guys want to go, you know. He goes, I just don't like this. So he packs it all up and goes in. He said that he just got to shore and he heard this real big bang, and a whole piece of the damn ice floated off into Lake Huron. And all of his friends are now floating.
and his shanty and everything else.
And everything, yeah. So
that happens every year in Michigan, man. They
Yeah.
they had to rescue like 43 guys off of Lake St. Clair a couple years ago.
they
Yeah.
rescued everybody, but they didn't rescue their shanty.
I'll bet.
So they lost the damn big shanty.
Hey, Steve,
Yeah.
when I lived in Wisconsin in Sturgeon Bay, there guys would go out and they'd go out. There's a reef out there where you can really good fishing for yellow perch, and they'd go out there with their shanties. Guy went out with his brand new Ford pickup truck, and that happened to him on the pickup truck.
Yep.
They rescued him, but that truck's somewhere in the bottom of Green Bay.
Well, that's that, and like Mike says, every year, every spring, it's like somebody wants to go out just one more time. And I know, watching the local news in Detroit, you'd see some pickup truck, disappearing backwards into the water. Is it the ice broke around it, or it finally tipped or whatever, and it was gone.
Well, he said it was
rotten
cold,
ice.
but
It looks like corn, that's so rotten.
But he said the wind came up, and I didn't realize that wind will blow ice sheets, and it was blowing on it at such an angle when it putting force on it, it popped and then blew it out.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He said that I know one other time it happened, but then the wind changed and it blew it back in, and they all ran out and got their stuff.
I'll bet.
Watched it come back in.
Wait a minute. They ran back out after it came in?
Yeah, they went back out on the ice after the wind changed and it blew the big hunk sheet of ice back in.
Now that's a definition of what's the politically correct way of saying stupid?
Darwin. That's Darwin right there.
The ice blows away and then comes back, and then you go back on the ice because you got away with it the first time. Oh, come on!
They had to get their ice shanty and their poles and their coolers and.
Oh well, yeah, the coolers, of course, yeah.
And all that kind of stuff that they had out there.
Oh man.
Automobiles.
You guys want to see some airplane stuff?
Let's see some airplane stuff.
All right.
Let me give you the stage. You got the stage.
Nothing spectacular. Just Brodak Galaxy.
All right.
Got the wing knocked out yesterday and the day before. Fuse is done. Elevator's hinged. I just glued on the trailing edge block there.
Yeah.
So that's ready to come off. I can start cap stripping it or put the ball crank platform in next, I guess will be the thing. Hey, on profile models, I have never really silk spanned them. on plank sheeting. You know what I mean? So I'm
Mhm.
gonna try on this one. I just did the rudder. And have you ever done one, Dennis, where you've gone over the hinges on the elevator?
You mean covered it?
Yeah,
Yeah, all the time.
all
Do
the
that
time.
all the time.
So I'm gonna try that on this just to see what kind of finish I can get. Those are the Tom Morris Dacron hinges, you know, put down with nitrate. But
Mhm.
I'm gonna silk span it just to see what kind of finish I can get, because this is kind of a little tester for me when I build the Tom Dixon foam sheeted wing. I'll be finishing that the same way, so I wanted to work with that.
Uh-oh.
And
Looky here.
Mike, when you stick those hinges down with nitrate, do you use full strength or do you dilute it?
So I do like 2 coats of 60-40, 60 nitrate, 40% thinner on the elevator. And then when I put it down, I use 60-40 again 2 times. That's what I'm using.
Okay.
So
All
now
right.
this, I scored these at the Nats in a junk box for $5. I got all these pipes for $5. And they were beat to shit. Most of them were bent. I mean, when I say bent, I mean like they had a serious radius in them. And I spent the afternoon yesterday straightening them. I didn't get all the dimples. You can probably see that one still has a lot of dimples, but it'll
Yeah.
still run. It doesn't matter what it looks like. It'll still run. But a couple of these came out really, really nice. They were pretty easy to straighten, but they were all bent. And the guy had them in a box, and he said, "Make me an offer." And I said, "Well, you got to start somewhere. Tell me what you want." And he goes, he held up 5 fingers and went, $5. He goes, "Okay, they're yours." So I got 4. I had to do some work on the head threads too. So there's a ring in here that's welded in that's separate from the. So the pipe's in 2 pieces. It's a clamshell with the weld down each side, and then they put this thread ring in there as well, which is welded in there. And these heads, if they get out of round real bad, you can't screw the head in them. You can't get the head to screw in if it's out of round. So you get them, you bang them in as close as you can get them. And if you get 1 or 2 threads started, then you set this on your vise, on your anvil part of your vise with the head in it, and you just start tapping it with a hammer and rolling it around. So you got the bottom is locked down, and you're tapping the top with a hammer. And then you'll be able to screw it in just a little bit more. And then you beat on it again. And what you're doing is beating that thread ring back in around. And eventually you get it where the head just, it goes right in and out, just like a nut on a bolt.
All right.
So, because I mean, there's only 3 threads on that. I don't know if you can see that very well.
Yeah.
But there's just like
Yeah.
3 threads. There ain't much there, and it's real easy to cross thread them. And like I said, if this gets out of round just a little bit, you cannot get the head on the engine. They just won't screw in. So anyway, $5 and an afternoon worth of work, and I got some serviceable spares there. So
Okay.
You know, those two bottom ones look like they might have been used by Danny Banjuk.
actually, okay. Well, I didn't tell you this part. I actually got 5 pipes for $5. There was 5 of them, and I ran into Dan at the Nats, and I said, "Come here, man. You got to see what I just scored." And he was just like, "Oh man, I can't believe you got all them pipes for $5." Wow. And I'm like, "All right, I already know what you're gonna ask me." So I took one that was kind of like middle of the road. I didn't give him the worst one, and I didn't give him the best one, and I gave Danny a spare for his. I was like, "All right, you can have 1." So I had 5 to start with, but I did give Dan 1. I didn't sell it to him. I just let him have it because that's how I roll. And he's a jet guy, so
Absolutely.
want to help him out. But I mean, hell, even these pipes, even though they're dimpled, they're straight. They'll run. There's no issue with these running. They don't have cracks in them. There's no holes in them. There's no cracks. These will run just fine.
Well, the dimples and everything gives it character. I mean,
gives you
turbulent airflow.
Yeah. I still think I could probably get $75 a piece for these on eBay if I wanted to.
Probably.
I I've seen
sure.
just pipes, you know, a brand new unrun pipe goes between 125 and 150.
I see the Hobby King doesn't even list that anymore at all.
They don't.
They had it listed and, you know, it was out of stock, but now they don't even list it.
This is a Hobby King right here.
Yeah.
That's a brand new Hobby King.
Okay.
Right there. I bought them.
Wow.
When they first came out, you know, they had the igniter and the whole set and all that shit. And I didn't need all that stuff because I got a buzz box. But about a year after they came out, they started offering just the engine for like $89. And then I waited till they went on sale at Christmas. I paid $69 for this one.
Wow.
I haven't run it yet.
That's pretty cheap.
Still haven't run it. The only bummer, and we've talked about this before, so the head does fit a Dynajet head. And it'll fit an OS jet too. The OS jet is the same size as the Dynajet, which is the Japanese version of this. The bummer is the flow ejector here. This part, this is tap metric for this head. I have no idea why they did that, but this is, so a Dynajet has an English thread on the flow ejector. The Hobby King one is metric. So you can't put these flow ejectors in a American Dynajet. But
must be Canadian.
The Hobby King head, this thread is an English thread. It's a standard English thread. I don't know why they would use an English thread there and a metric thread for this.
All you'd have to do is put a drill it out, tap it, and put in a oh shit, I can't think. And like they do for a stripped out bolt.
Helicoil.
Yeah, heel coil. You heel coil it and use the other injector.
Well, no, the thing is, so Dynajet flow ejector, unobtainium, can't buy them, can't find them, because there's two pieces in here too. You have the actual flow ejector, and then you have the metering jet itself, which is right here. So the metering jet has your orifice in there, which is the size of the hole you're going to run into the fuel. And those run from like 30 thousandths to 60 thousandths, depending on what you're doing. The flow ejector part is for the air. You can't buy these for Dynajets. You can't find them anywhere. The Hobby King ones are $1.99 a piece, which is awesome.
Wow.
You can get spares. They're $1.99 a piece, but they're not interchangeable.
Yeah, how do those work? How do those work for combat, though, Mike? No prop.
Sorry, coronavirus. Coronavirus.
Get your mask on, Steve.
God damn it. I just put that thing away.
I'd seen a YouTube video here a couple of weeks ago of two Dynajet planes flying at once.
Yeah, those are the boys out at Whittier Narrows. That's oh God, I can't even, why can't I think of his name? He's like the biggest pulse check guy there is, man.
Oh, yeah.
The big guy. He's from Vegas.
Rocha? Rocha?
No, not Rocha. If I didn't need to know it right now, I'd know it. But yeah, those guys they're at the Nats every year. They fly at the Nats all the time, and they fly out in Vegas and they fly at Whittier Narrows. But yeah, the 2-up Dynajet, that was pretty impressive. That was pretty impressive. Because I tell you, getting two started and launching at the same time, that's tricky. Because if, you know, one guy launches and the other guy's not started, you're going to run right up his ass and hit him. Because they take 3/4 of a lap to get off the ground, you know? And
wow.
So they were on opposite sides of the circle, and they went, and this guy, the behind guy actually started going first, but then the other guy started and got out in front of him. But that could have ended very badly or spectacularly, whichever way you want to look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering though, if they start canceling stuff really with this coronavirus. I mean, they said it's old people, smokers, and people with diabetes. I mean, you could wipe out the whole control line community at the NAS.
It's just a bad cold, isn't it?
Huh?
The coronavirus doesn't amount to much more than just a bad cold, does it?
For people that aren't old, don't smoke, and don't have diabetes, it seems to be pretty mild. But if you have any of the other three, it's 20 times deadlier than the flu.
I guess you're dead.
Yeah, that's I don't know. The survivability rates don't really promote it. I think it's getting a little, it's scary and everything like that, but I think it's getting a little overblown right now. How deadly
my
it is.
impression
Yeah.
about it. Because I read about it and it sounded just like the cold I had last week. I mean, the description was everything that I had. So
the only thing is that with the flu is that you have a vaccine, so that takes a lot of people, from getting it. And then if you had the flu before and all that kind of stuff, it can knock it way down and all that. But with this new one, they figure it could be 100% of everybody could get it because nobody has any immunity to it. So then it's that 2%. But where Samantha works, she said they've already got all kinds of Clorox wipes. The counter's got to be wiped down so often. They got hand sanitizer. They haven't went with masks yet. But they're all set up for this.
Let me show you guys this too because it's airplane stuff. So I'm cutting off the coronavirus. All right.
All right.
This was in the box of junk stuff too. It's 2/3 of a pulse jet airplane.
Mm-hmm.
So I got the fuse and the wing was part of the $5 deal. And I mean, it looks like a Mike Hoyt model because this tank here and that mount is very indicative of one of Mike Hoyt's, but I don't know the name of it. It's not a Cat Jet and it's not a Tamigo because the wing is bigger and the fuse is longer, but definitely an entry-level trainer type jet. It'll be slow. It'll probably only go like 120, 125, somewhere in there. And it should be really easy to take off. You don't need a dolly. You'll skid launch it. But one of the junk pipes is going to go on this airplane.
Are you going to make that 2-line exposed controls and all that kind of stuff? Or
2-line external bell crank. Yep. Quickest, easiest way to go. Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I don't, Dennis, I don't get into the breaking records and doing internal controls. And that's why I don't do sidewinders and dollies and all that stuff. I do uprights, skid launch, run them on gasoline just to go make noise and have fun. I don't compete with them or anything like that. I just like to hear them and fly them,
Well, I'm anxious to see, you were talking, last spring, I think it was, you were talking about trying to use a pen bladder on one and stuff. I thought that sounded really interesting.
Listen, that's still there. I've got the bladder material. I've made the bladder. I've run the motor. I've got the Klein valve. I mean, it's all up here. It's just a matter of really getting construction stuff and parts together and putting them on the table. I need to do that first. I need to put parts on the table and look at them for 2 weeks, and then I'll finally go, okay, I need to do this. But that's just one in the pipeline of shit I want to do. We don't.
I wish I could stay. I wish I could stay, but I gotta go, guys. Okay. You have a good one. See you Monday.
Okay, John.
Wait, you heading back up?
Take care, man. Have a good.
Take care, John.
You betcha. Steve, no, I'm going up Monday.
Oh, okay.
So the one thing that really amazes me is that team racing, how they can pit those planes and get those motors started. I just don't understand.
Yeah.
They're a diesel, and they actually don't even fuel them anymore. They catch them, and then they got a shut off on them.
Uh-huh.
And they just got to do so many stops, and they catch them and then flip it, and they take right back off and launch them.
But didn't they use the glow, and they had a glove or something with the contacts? And
Long time ago, yeah.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
actually, Bill's still right about the rat race guys and stuff like that will use glow engines. The F2A or whatever it is, the team, those team racers use diesels.
Yeah.
But Steve,
Yeah.
aren't they still limited to 7 cc's of fuel?
I think so, but the diesels get such better gas mileage that
Yeah. Well, they used to run 7 cc's and they'd still have to refill them now to make it through a race.
yeah, I don't even think they refill them anymore. I didn't see any. They got that glove and stuff, but maybe
Well,
they do.
I thought that's what. Yeah, I thought that's where the filler was. Is they somehow grabbed the airplane with their, a thumb over the tube or something like that.
Yeah, they do fill them, I think.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it really wouldn't be a pit stop.
Yeah. Well, the part of the fun with the diesel, even with the diesel, and even with the fuel economy, you still got to trade off speed for economy and stuff like that, and make sure you get the right size Venturi and everything, so that you are running. You basically want to run out of your final tank of gas one lap after the race is over. But
That's wild.
Well,
yeah.
they've got something you watch them and they hump it up and down and it clicks off the fuel, and then they reset that or something and fire it back up and they're gone, and so they don't overfly or anything. But
yeah.
I can't believe how tight the formation is those guys fly in. It's just wild.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're hauling butt, that's for sure.
I don't know. I still like, that's the whole, the high tech stuff is good, but I still get a kick out of watching the old time. Well, probably the closest thing to it is what they do with like clown racing and Foxburg and stuff like that, where
I like doing that stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of old school stuff. It's not.
I like the Foxburg and clown racing and that kind of thing, but the team race thing itself, I don't think I could do it. It's just too fast.
Yeah,
that was like
too fast and too tight.
When I did it, I mean, she ended up with second place, I think, in the 15s. But
that's clown, yeah,
clown, and we used the Brodak 15. It wasn't as fast, but it got better lap times. So we could take out one fueling deal, and that little motor would one flip start every time.
Yeah.
And we made up so much time on the landings and stuff. And Samantha was pretty good at bringing it to me to where I didn't have to go very far.
Yeah, because you can't run.
No.
We did the same thing with Naomi's. We started out with the Brodak 15 and it restarts good and everything, but it didn't have enough power. So we went to an LA and it worked much better. It was a lot more powerful.
Okay. Hey, Glenn, you said you like.
Hey, how you doing, Mike?
You like Foxburg racing?
I like Foxburg. I like clown racing, but I don't do as much of it as I used to.
Can I tell you my one Foxburg racing story?
Sure, go for it.
I flew it one time because Paul Smith needed a pilot at Brodak.
Okay, go.
I flew expert Foxburg.
Yeah.
About 5 minutes in, I knew I had made the biggest mistake of my life.
Oh yeah, if you've never done it, it's like war.
I didn't know I was going to be out there for 20 freaking minutes, man.
Oh, it's tough.
17 minutes, whatever it is. But I had El Ferraro and Dan Banjock, and they were really cool guys. And even though I'd never raced before, they told me how to do it and what to do.
Okay.
We were passing about every 7 laps. I was passing.
Yeah.
The whole race. So
that's a good race.
Thing. So I took a first place in expert Foxburg racing.
And
then I announced my retirement when they gave me my trophy. One and done, man. One and done. Never.
I actually won it with Paul Smith.
My only Brodak trophy. Second place.
Cool.
That's my only one.
Awesome.
I won Foxburg with Paul Smith and Clown Race 2 in 2010 and 11.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very fast.
It is. Yeah.
And I did the pitting. I used to be able to run, but just not anymore.
He was probably out behind the Porta-John adding nitro to his fuel or some
Oh,
shit. So Paul's,
it's Paul. What do you expect?
yeah, he definitely has a reputation for.
Oh yeah, Paul
for
likes to
shady
win.
shit, man. So whatever.
His stuff
But
goes.
I hope my victory is not tainted by the fact that I was flying Paul's airplane and we probably cheated to win.
Yeah. Well, that's like I said. What I said is before the race, everybody should have to be able to swap fuel.
Oh, there you go.
They should
There's
all
a great idea. Yeah, that way. Yeah, there's no cheating that way, is there?
No.
Yeah, everybody,
Oh,
That is
you want to
an
bet?
awesome idea.
syringes,
I'll take
once
that
the
bet.
syringes are filled up, you can go
Yeah.
swap syringes.
I think that's fantastic idea.
No,
Absolutely
if you
the
want,
best idea I've ever heard of.
I tell you what, Len, we'll get to the race and I'll say, here, Len, you can use my fuel. I'll use yours.
Oh no, but you see, you do it by draw, so you don't know whose fuel you're getting.
It doesn't really matter who I give my fuel to.
Yeah.
Yeah, they lost.
They lost.
Yeah.
They'll get the
That's
stuff
it.
with the corn syrup in it. So.
Well, but the idea is, here's another thing: is you could make it so that the fuel bulbs just get passed around, and you keep passing them around somehow, and then all of a
Yeah.
sudden you say stop, and whatever one you get, that's what you get, whether it's yours or
Yeah, that's true. All right.
that way. That way, there's no way anybody's gonna cheat. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
I was surfing YouTube videos the other day of control line flying. I do that
Yeah.
every once in a while. And I saw the craziest video of some knucklehead up north somewhere flying a control line plane for 3.5 hours.
Oh, I know who that guy is.
He set some kind of endurance record for the
Yes, he
longest
did.
control line flight. 3 hours.
Still,
and 38
still
minutes.
standing right now.
Yeah.
Do you want to know something interesting? 2 weeks after that, I had a heart attack.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Yeah, that's why you missed Brodax, right?
That was it was the following spring that I missed Brodax.
That's right. That's right.
Wow, that was crazy.
Does everybody know that story that Len is the world record holder for longest control line endurance flight?
Not the world record, but
Not-
Canadian record.
Like
Right.
over 3 hours, 38 minutes, Len?
3 hours, 27 minutes.
3.5 hours. He flew
Hmm.
a control line plane on one
Nonstop.
tank of fuel, nonstop.
No pee breaks, nothing.
3 hours and a half, one tank of fuel.
How big a tank of fuel did you have, Len?
3 beer cans. 3 beer cans lined up in sequence in the fuselage
Okay, wait a minute. Okay. Oh, okay.
with an LA-15.
LA-15. The video, you can find it on YouTube, man. Just go Google control line endurance flight and you'll see Len out there, man. I tell you, you fell down at the end, you laid down on the ground.
Oh, I was a wreck after. I was a mess.
Yeah.
I spent an hour
Was that
trying to
thing-
unwind.
Was that
What's that?
plane purpose built for that
Most
event?
definitely,
I mean,
most definitely had this great big fat fuselage on it to fit the beer cans in it.
a
It
guppy.
looked like a big old pregnant wasp or something.
That's
man.
what it was. It was he called it the Wasp.
Yeah.
The one he built
Dublin
before
Black.
that. See, he set the record a couple of years before that with his son with one called the Bumblebee. And he got like 2 hours out of that one and then decided to try and break his own record. And he got me to fly it, the next one, which
Yeah.
was called the Wasp.
And
It
my
looks
brother,
like-
my brother and I always wanted to try to fly across Lake Michigan because it's never been done. A lot of people tried but never made it across.
Right?
With an RC plane?
Yep.
Cool.
That'd be neat.
Yeah, a friend of mine tried twice, and the first time the boat he had wasn't fast enough, so he had to fly around and around the boat.
Yes, because he couldn't keep up.
Yeah, and then he ran out of fuel, and the next time he got a faster boat, and they were within sight of land, I guess really close, and the battery went.
Oh, God.
What a bummer.
He had a battery failure, yeah, and the damn thing went into the water. But the second time he tried it with a diesel, just in case he had to fly around and around. But Yeah, he made it super close. And then he said it was so expensive because they got a boat, went all the way across, and then set up and came all the way back. And the guy he had with the boat, you know, he paid for the gas and fuel and all that stuff in the boat and everything else. But yeah, we were going to do it. A buddy of mine had a pencil racer that he could cruise at about 60 miles an hour. And I'm like, well, damn, at that speed, we wouldn't even have to fly around and around the boat.
Well, 60 miles an hour. What is that? It's an hour and a half crossing or something like that.
Yeah.
2 hours tops. Yeah.
Yeah. So we thought we had it, but then they got in a bad car accident coming back from Iowa. And
Oh no.
the one brother died, and the other brother broke his back and stuff like that, and he ended up selling his boat. But we had to find a boat that was fast enough to, but we figured, I forget what he said it was going to cost us in fuel. It was crazy because that thing had 2 454s in it that just sucked gasoline.
I don't know if I'd go for a fast boat or a slow airplane. I think, I think I'd go for something more like a powered sailplane or something like that. That would be a little easier to keep up with.
Absolutely.
Really, yeah, for someone to do it, a powered sailplane now,
yeah,
rollable prop, you could start, keep it up there and stuff like that.
That's a great idea.
And just hit with the battery stuff, hit it again. But at the time there was no battery. It was, it was all glow.
Mm-hmm.
So
just doing it with glow and everything like that, I think that would be fine. And certainly, you can always just, get enough. You can buy enough radio battery capacity with lipos. It would be a cinch.
Yeah.
They're so much bigger and lighter than NiCads and everything like that. Doesn't sound like an undoable project. I don't know.
No, it's not. It was just back in the day they didn't have NiCads. They used regular damn whatever they first used.
They probably use NiCads, not lipos.
NiCads
are just heavier than hell. So.
Well, when they tried it in the 60s and early 70s or something like that, I don't know. They had huge batteries. They said the planes were heavier than hell, and you had to overcome all the fuel you needed. I forget what size tank he had. It was crazy. Had wing tanks in the wings and all kinds of shit to supply fuel. And
one more time, borrow an idea here. If I was going to carry that much fuel, I think I'd want to use pen bladders or something like that, or some kind of inflatable constant pressure thing, or regulatable pressure thing, and not try to siphon or suction it in or anything like that. So I don't know.
My luck, my damn glow plug would burn up about 100 feet from the beach.
Well, the LSF guys, you get your LSF level 5 rating. The flight that they all got to get is the 8-hour slope flight.
Yeah.
Oh.
Slope for a glider for 8 hours.
Wow.
Yeah. And those guys are just kind of, they're literally on fumes there. So the 2-hour thermal flight and an 8-hour slope flight. So.
My buddy
Wayne has got that. He's was an avid soaring enthusiast, and he's getting back into it now. Since I dropped out of control line, he didn't have anybody to play with, so he started going back to soaring. And he's built 2 full-sized ones, and plays with the little ones a lot too. So.
Yeah, I flew a glider one time.
He used to run up and down the Appalachian Ridge just in a day, fly up from South Carolina to Virginia and ride the ridge back down. And
they do that here in Tennessee, man. They leave from the airport I fly my paraglider at. There's a glider port a mile away. They tow up and they run the Cumberland Plateau Ridge all the way to Chattanooga and back. They go from Nashville to Chattanooga using ridge lift on the Cumberland Plateau.
Yeah.
Wow.
The only thing is that if you went by yourself, you'd want a radio. It's so damn quiet I think I'd fall asleep.
Mhm.
I mean, there's no
Definitely
noise.
need some definitely need some astronaut diapers too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that or a good bladder.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
we
think-
went up for an hour, and I couldn't believe that, he went up with another guy, instructor, but he had me finding thermos and stuff like that. We stayed up for a whole hour because I'm like, son of a bitch, we got a long walk back because we're going to end up landing in the field someplace because we're a long ways away from that damn airport. But we made it all the way back.
A guy I used to work with said one of the first things he learned is the most valuable piece of equipment on his sailplane was pantyhose. There was no room to wear anything really, really warm or anything like that, and pantyhose is the only thing that would hold your body heat,
Yeah.
in close. And he had his feet, tucked down in the nose of I think he had an HP 14 glider, basically a home built, and just you don't no room for big snowmobile suits or anything like that in there. You got to be really efficient with your clothes. So,
well, that was the first time I ever flew anything with a stick. Cessnas and everything got the yoke.
Yeah.
And I had to fly with a stick, and at first it was like, holy shit, but you get used to it fairly fast.
My buddy wants to try and build another one of those control line endurance models and try to go between 4 and 5 hours with a different type of motor.
I'll donate a motor, Lynn. I'll give you a pulse jet.
A pulse jet.
You're gonna have Lenny fly for 5 hours with a pulse jet. Right?
Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
I don't know. I think
hell, I'll even fly up. I'll fly.
I think I'm gonna pop up some popcorn and watch that show. So
that could be a good show.
that's it. In fact, with the pulse jet, you could pop up the popcorn for everybody. But
so, Len, was that a flat bottom wing airplane you flew?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was flat bottom wing.
Just curious,
I
did it fly
wasn't
very
able to
well?
do any stunts with it. Yeah, it didn't fly where the shit inverted.
I bet. But I mean, even upright or anything like that.
Yeah.
Certainly, when it was heavy, that thing must have been a real bear to
It
keep
wasn't that bad. It actually wasn't that bad. My biggest fear was that it wouldn't take off at the start, and it took off just fine. I was really worried about it, and so was he. He says, we may not even get off the ground. And it got off the ground, no trouble.
So there was no test flight before?
No, not really. I hadn't even flown the model. I went right into the circle and flew the morning of.
Wow.
No test, no practice flight, no nothing. Not even a 2-minute test flight or hop, nothing. Just gas it up and let's do it. Did the whole thing.
That's the way to do shit, man. Just go for it.
Damn right. You start monkeying around with stuff and then something breaks or doesn't work right, and just go. Just get it ready and let's go. Let me have a good pee, and I won't drink anything this morning, and let's go.
I'd have been peeing while I was flying if I had to.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I'm used to when I worked at Honda, I had to work online a lot of times, and you can't get away because there's stuff going on, and it's like, well, you're online, and if your boss isn't around to cover you off, you're online. You keep going. So it didn't bother me a bit. It was fine.
Hey, Lynn, what kind of lap times were you flying?
About stunt speed. See, he had a throttle on it, so he was sitting on the ground with the radio, working the throttle all the time. And he was constantly trying to get the plane to go slower and use less fuel. So we were going as slow as we could and keeping it in the air without getting too into the risky department of having it spool down.
Yeah.
So he was constantly working the throttle, constantly trying to get it. He'd say to me, can you go a little slower? Can you go a little slower? And I'd say, yeah, okay, take it down 1 click. And so he'd move the little gimbal stick on the radio down 1 click. And I'd say, okay, don't go any slower now or we're getting into danger territory. So it was the whole flight was as slow as possible.
You guys remember the old Sig Cadet in RC?
Yeah.
It was my first high wing trainer plane after graduating from gliders. Was a cadet.
We were at a contest and the police showed up. So we asked them, hey, will you take your speed gun and test our airplanes? They said, oh, yeah, okay. Me and my brother put that thing up. It was the second fastest airplane there. And everybody couldn't believe it. But it had that little thin ass flat bottom wing and there was no drag.
Mm-hmm.
The SIG Commander was a badass RC plane. That was a nice, fast, high wing, tricycle landing gear airplane.
Yeah, I got one downstairs that the fuselage is all done on and stuff that
That's a
my brother's, but he never finished it.
I saw that magazine article where they flew an RC plane across the Atlantic, but no, that was it wasn't piloted. It was flying on autopilot a long ways, and it was just like on one end they started flying and then somebody else picked it up on the other end and landed it.
Yeah, that was with an OS 40, the open rocker.
Yeah, 4-stroke 60.
4-stroke 60. They turned into a diesel.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think it was diesel. I thought it was electronic ignition. No, he made a Sparky out of it.
Oh, is that what it was? I thought
it was spark ignition because he could lean it better and still keep it and still keep it lit with a spark ignition.
Oh, so they made it all the way?
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
That was
what, New Jersey to Ireland or something like that.
Holy cow, that's unreal.
Yeah, that was what the hell was his name? It was
Maynard Hill.
Yeah, Maynard Hill, and the other guy was here from the United States.
Well, Dave Brown.
Yeah, Dave Brown. Yeah.
Oh, I've heard
Maynard Hill took it off in New Jersey, and at that time, I guess Hill was almost. I mean, he's like legally blind and everything like that. He was just, very much. In fact, he may not have even flown it. He built it. He, did all the stuff and everything. I think he actually had other people flying it, but Dave Brown was at the other end, on the receiving end, if you will, and brought it in.
Yeah.
So
wow, that's awesome.
Yeah. So that
I never
it's
heard
quite
about
a story.
that. I wonder if it's on. I wonder if there's anything about it on YouTube or anything.
I don't know. It'd be interesting. It was done a fair time ago, so it may not have made it. I don't know.
That's amazing.
It's and he did it. It did it on his second try. The first airplane was lost.
Okay.
But second try, they made it.
What kind of airplane was it? High wing, low wing?
Kind of a shoulder wing.
Okay.
Purpose-built, long fuselage, real long tail on it, very stable layout.
Okay, that's awesome.
But Maynard Hill he went after a lot of different FAI records and stuff like that nobody else even tried for. A lot of them were distance, duration. I think he set an altitude record. I think he set a speed record at one point. But they they actually, it's kind of funny, they surpassed that with gliders. So.
Oh, the speed records, yeah.
Yeah, the speed records are all now the fastest airplanes are gliders. So.
The dynamic soaring. Yeah. I got a here in Nashville belongs to one of the RC clubs, and he's big into dynamic soaring. That's his thing, man.
You probably live in the right locale there to get. You can probably find a good spot to do that.
Oh yeah, and it's all
in or around that ridge you're talking about.
It's all ridge lift, man. They go up and down the ridge. They come up, they go down. They come up, they go down.
It still begs the question. I wonder if it's even possible to get a control line airplane on the right length of line, whatever circle they're flying, and just basically take that sailplane and tie it on a string, and hold that. I just wonder if it's even possible to maintain a control line flight, on a ridge like that. or in a dynamic soaring arrangement like that.
Yeah, I think I saw a YouTube video where they had done it.
Yeah. Well, I think Brian called that up a couple of weeks ago. He had a YouTube video, and the video is insane. You couldn't even see the airplane. It was going so fast, you know. Hey, Rusty.
You think you caught me with my eyes closed there, did you?
No sleeping, Rusty. Stay awake.
Rusty,
That's
that's
it.
Dennis. That's Dennis and Len's
Ridge,
job to fall asleep.
Yeah, they're gonna
yeah,
start calling you Len.
That's right.
ridge soaring. I'm still awake.
Okay. All right.
Right.
That's all right. Had to pick on you. That's all. So
It's what we do. Steve, you still awake?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
I got all my gear. I'm ready to go if we get more than 6 people in a meeting. So
Okay.
Me and Len were up pretty late on
Yes, we were.
Monday, and then my internet crapped out on me.
Did you get that message I sent you, the second one?
I did. Yeah, I got it.
Okay, that's awesome.
I'm on the same page with you, brother.
Oh, I hear you.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's top secret stuff. We can't share.
Yes,
that.
it is. Yeah.
Hey, Mike, what on the Galaxy, you were wondering what engine you were going to use. Did you settle on anything?
Oh, well, I think I'm just going to put an LA-25 on it and see how it goes. And if we need to put something bigger, I can throw a KMB-28 on there. Or I got I do have, and I thought about using this first, I've got a Royal 25. So it's a clone of the OS FSR. It's the ball bearing mode.
Yeah.
That's
a nifty engine. Yeah.
I sent it to Randy a couple years ago, and he made me a Venturi and put a PA needle in it. So I do have a ball bearing Royal 25, which, like I said, so that will have significantly more power.
Okay.
It's a little heavier, but I'm gonna put the LA-25 on it, and we'll fly it and see what it does.
yeah. I was gonna say otherwise, you can get a hold of a Rodak 40 and put on there.
I don't.
Yeah.
Well, I think a 40 is way overkill, man.
Yeah. Well, if the airplane had even a Fox 35 on it, there wouldn't be any conversation. I really think the LA-25 is as strong as a Fox 35 for that kind of
agree.
airplane. Yeah.
I agree. Yeah,
All
for
right,
sure.
well, that's what we'll do.
We tried that. We tried putting 25s on these airplanes. I don't think they fly as well as they do with a Fox 35. The prop is, I don't know, something about the bigger prop. You get more air or something over the fuselage of the wings or something, and it just pulls better.
Well, we're running LA-25s on 2 Ringmasters with 10-4s, and they zip along just fine, man.
Yeah.
A 25, I don't think it'll swing a bigger prop than a 10-4.
I don't think it'll have to, though.
They don't have
Yeah,
to.
I guess unflapped or whatever, but
to run it faster in a fast 2 with like a 9.6 or something.
it don't work more than shit in a Nobler. We've tried 25s in a Nobler, and we just couldn't. They'll fly, they just don't fly well.
Yeah. He's going to be well under the, well lower on the power demand, and with that 420 squares versus 550, and probably around 30 ounces in place of 40 or 45, and it's got a lot smaller airplane to worry about. So I don't know.
You know what? I lied to you, Dennis. I told you that this thing had like a super fat airfoil, like a lightning strike.
Yeah.
It doesn't. The Galaxy actually, once I started building the wing, I was like, this is nowhere near as thick of an airfoil as the Lightning Streak is. It's the same size airplane, but it has a thinner airfoil. The Lightning Streak is pretty fat.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't have sheeting on the leading edge, does it?
No, just cap strips and then center sheeting.
Yeah, I mentioned before you come on, I mentioned this last week. I was doing electric conversion kits and did one for a Flight Streak, and because it was so similar, I did one for the Galaxy too. And just looking at, working with those two, the Flight Streak airfoil is a lot bigger, thicker, blunter,
Most
a lot
definitely.
blobbier than what the Galaxy is.
Right.
So I know
I think
the Flight Streaks fly like crazy. So
the Flight Streak and the Lightning Streak both have a pretty thick airfoil. The Galaxy
yeah.
is a little bit. It's not as thin as the Ringmaster, but not as
Mhm.
thick as the others.
Yeah. Well, Galaxy's had a great reputation. It was like underappreciated clone, comparison to the Flight Streaks. So what the heck? So,
Yeah, I
we
got
had-
one with a redhead fox on it. It flies good, but talk about wind up. Holy shit. Well, that thing
yeah.
wind up. Especially if there's a little bit of wind. Boy, that thing will get up
Well,
there.
hopefully keep it light. The 25 will be enough. I think maybe shorten the lines up down to like 57 or 58 on it, and Sam will have a good
58-foot lines would be great.
Yeah.
Yep.
15 size, 58. And he'll have something to fly in classic, and it'll be a backup profile plane. If he,
Yeah, I don't know how much pushback he'd get on it, but I know at Brodak they're going to let him fly Spectra too. Put the thing on Spectra, get lightweight lines on it. That ain't going to hurt a thing either.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, yeah.
That'll help a lot.
yeah.
We're definitely going to try that stuff this year.
Yeah.
Been using it for
I'm
10
excited.
years in combat, and I love it. We sport fly with it, and I used it at Brodak in my half A airplane for half A stunt.
Cool.
I have not used it like on a full size stunt ship, even a big 46, even a 46 size profile, and certainly not a pipe PA. I haven't flown it on that, but I'll tell you what, on the Ringmasters and half H'd it, it's the bomb, man. It's great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, last year I used it on everything except the Pampa airplane, and that was only because I didn't want to retrim, for the lighter lines and stuff. But I used it on, I guess the biggest airplane I've used them on now is the Pathfinder, the full-size Pathfinder that's 620 squares, and it was around 55 ounces or so ready to go. So.
And what size lines were you using?
I used 80-pound on it.
80 pounds, so that's probably their 15 thou.
They're almost the same as hundreds, or 100-pound. Yeah.
See, the thing, because we got to use 100-pound in combat,
Yeah.
which is a little draggy, and on a big foamy with a 40, it's not a problem, but it's a little much for the FPV planes with a 25.
Yeah.
And the reason we have to use the 100-pound is because the way the rules are written right now in combat, it still has to be the same nominal line diameter as what's specified, which is 18,000. Well, 100-pound Spectra is 18,000, so that's why we have to use it. I can fly that combat shit on 60-pound Spectra, and it ain't gonna break. But the line diameter isn't where it's supposed to be. And just one more thing to add. Phil Cartier flies Nelson 36s on 100-pound Spectra. Okay, he's been using them in fat. Now I still use braided 18s for fast combat Nelsons, but Phil has flown Spectra 100-pound on 130 mile an hour fast combat planes, and he ain't never broke a line. So
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, I flew my old timer in classic. I flew the same in both, and I used 65-pound on that. And after that, I had the junior ringmaster out there too. I flew the flight. I had that on 40 pounds, I guess it was. Yeah.
I fly him on 30. We got 30 by 52 on his junior ringmaster with a 15.
And the smaller airplanes, I think smaller airplanes, I think the advantage, the lightweight lines, the advantage goes up more. It becomes more important on a lightweight airplane than it does on a heavy airplane. You may not see, like on an SV, the SV-11 size airplane, it may not be as dramatic a difference as it is on a 35 size airplane.
I think its niche is going to be on mid-size and maybe 40-sized 46.
Yeah, I think there it's going to be prohibitive on big airplanes. Well, lighter is always better, but I think the But you're right on target with that. The real payoff is going to be on lighter airplanes. So
Yeah, and see, even for half A combat, I've flown on 30, and it's more than enough. But the issue is, for half A combat, we have to fly on 12,000 line.
right.
And the nominal line diameter in Spectra is the 40-pound test.
Yeah.
So it's a little draggy on that half A, but the way the rules are written, you got to use the 40 because it has to be 12,000. Now you tell me how you're going to mic Spectra line, but this is the way they're written. If you read the combat rules, it tells you
Yep.
what the nominal diameters are for the Spectra. Somehow they came up with a measurement back when they passed it. But they fly much better on 30s, and I've even played around with the 20 pounds on my half A's, and boy, they just go like stink on that, man.
Well,
It's like,
that's what we did with Samantha's here at the house, is put her on 20s. I mean, the line
20-pound test. Yeah.
049s, if they fly so much better.
yeah,
Okay.
The line. And
Yeah,
it's
I got a baby ringmaster. I fly on 15-pound. You know, it's just that was first time I ever bought the line. It's like I was looking at all the line and stuff. They got down to 15-pound line. Hell, I got it at Wally World. You know, and
awesome.
I looked at this stuff and it was like it was so light looking and stuff. It's like and 15 pounds. How is my 8-ounce airplane going to break a 15-pound line? You know.
Did you find it flew better than on Dacron?
oh yeah.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
there's no comparison to Dacron. You know, it doesn't stretch at all. But
Okay.
it was what I
I'm gonna
really
try
liked
that.
about it is that I had been flying on 08 008 cables.
Steels, yeah. Oh, that's bad
And
stuff.
they're silky smooth, but my God, they are fragile.
Yeah,
It is
one
so easy
mistake
to
and they're
break them.
Yeah, one mistake and they're in the garbage.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, you can literally like pull them apart and break them in your hand. You know.
Yeah, I don't even try that stuff anymore. I've
Yeah,
given up
yeah.
on that. That
So
game's
like on a
over.
half A, you know, you talk about half. I would be shocked. I'd be, you know, if anybody showed up in a half A contest that didn't have Spectra because it is clearly the safest. You know, in the sense that it's, you know, the strongest and lightest and everything like that. It's the
What
safest
did
line.
Cox used to send? Was that Dacron line? That
Yeah, Dacron is what they sold.
Dacron, yeah.
Yeah,
And
it
you
was
know what? I'm still using it on my half A's. I got to throw my shit out.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's it. You start using the other, it's like you're going to see a night and day difference on the half.
Well, I'm going to get rid of it right away. I'll throw it all out, and that way I won't be tempted to bring the old stuff out next year.
Well, the one thing I noticed was on it is that if there's a little bit of wind, the lines cut through so much. It doesn't do that big U in them. You know, when the wind blows, and you hit,
Yeah, you don't get the big.
you got nothing holding you out. And,
That's awesome. You don't get the drag, is what you're saying.
yeah.
Well, and
Okay.
according to Stunthangar and Brett Buck's rule proposal, they should pass this time. Not Spectra lines specifically, but he's removing the material requirement in the proposal.
Yeah, just if you pass the pull test, you can fly it.
Right. So they should start to get legal here in Pampa events.
That's awesome.
I'll be interested to see who's the first one to start flying them on a big piped stunt.
Everybody. It'll be a real fast thing.
Once somebody does it and they're successful, everybody will do it.
Yeah.
That's all it's
It'll
going
go
to
real
take.
fast, especially when there's not a for diameter. And they wanted to keep the diameter because Spectra are a little more draggy than solids and stuff. But if you can get a Spectra line down to 12 thousandths or whatever, I mean, it's going to be so much better that people are going to do it.
They'll probably keep the diameter in place just to keep the drag coefficient even across the board.
They won't.
Oh, really?
No.
They're
So that's why I said everybody will go to it like
They're
that.
removing diameter requirement and material requirement. You can use fucking kite string if you want, as long as it passes a pull test. It just has to pass the test.
Excellent.
And what I don't know, what do they usually pull like a 60 size airplane at? Was it like 30 some pounds or whatever?
Almost 40, about 40 pounds.
Oh, 40 pounds?
Yeah, like one of my big stunners was 38 pounds.
10 G's.
So if you got two 20-pound test lines, it should pass the pull test.
Oh,
I think so.
You're not using 20-pound Spectra on a 60 size stunt ship, man.
No, exactly.
No.
You're gonna use
You-
100-pound
Well,
or 80.
I think you could get away with 65-pound Spectra.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I think you could. Although, because it comes 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 65, 70, 80, 90, 100. I don't know if 65 is in there, but that's one that you can get. They don't split up the
But if you get 30-pound test, that's 60 pounds. I mean, that'll pass a pull test like nothing.
Who's got all the background noise?
not
That was
me.
Danny.
All right, blame it on me. All right. Well, I'm going to turn off my mic for a second, see if that makes a difference.
Yeah, it's pretty quiet now.
Is he
Yeah,
asleep?
I got that fixed.
Live streaming is on.
The lady should.
Okay.
You get a new router?
What'd you say?
Did you get a new router?
No, I got rid of my Bluetooth audio system. About 3 weeks ago, my Logitech 5.1 sound system, it was 15 years old. It just died, let the smoke out, and I replaced it with a Bluetooth tower speaker, and it was causing so much stress on the system resources that nothing worked right, and it would drop out, and I kept having either no sound or no mic or both at the same time, and having to screw with controls and panic mode trying to get it working.
Yeah, you were having a heck of a time.
Yeah.
I went out to the shop yesterday and got this old piece of shit pair of speakers that came with a PC and plugged them in, and it works great. Works fine, lasts a long time, and it's perfect. Right.
My speaker's in my monitor someplace. I don't know even where it's at. Probably on the back side of it.
Yeah, I can still turn the Bluetooth tower on to listen to music, but it's no good for video conferencing. Just too much resources usage. And so anyway, all of the controls work easier. I was having trouble getting my 3 control dots to pop up, and then waiting every time I click something with nothing happening. But everything's just click bang tonight. So working great.
What I couldn't believe is that
that's the way.
I had a little 24-inch TV in the garage that I had in the camper, and set out there for, I don't know, 3 years now since the camper's been gone. But I decided to bring it in and stick it in my bedroom. It was old enough that the speakers were in the front of the TV. So I hook it up and stuff, and I couldn't believe the sound on it when the damn speakers are actually coming out at you instead of
reflecting off the wall.
Yeah, how good that TV sounds. It's like, wow.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah.
If you put a glow engine in the front of an airplane, you should see what that sounds like compared to those electric deals.
Yeah, I know. But see, then with all my safety setup, I'd have to wear earplugs.
Oh yeah.
Oh man. All
Hey,
right.
Lance,
I'm going to walk right into that. I meant to ask that. Mike, you're running the KMB 28s, right?
Yeah.
Have you heard of anybody, and I've heard of other people running 28s in control line and having a good time with them. Have you heard of anybody running the 45s?
Too
They
heavy.
had what, the 20, they had a 20, a 28, a 45, and I think a 65 in that, that aluminum series. Have you heard of anybody running the 45s?
We tried it.
I got turned on.
They're really heavy, Dennis.
Yeah.
But they run good, but they're just heavy.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I got turned on to the 28s from Ken Cook when Sam was little and flying Fox 35s. And he says, you know, I've got these KMB 28s. We're not using them anymore. I used them with Sean when he was little. It's a much better engine than the Fox 35, but has more power than a 25. And it's just easier to use and they run good and they're really quiet. He said, I got 2 of them. I'm going to send them to you. And we put one on a Skyray and one on a Twister. And Sam started flying them, and I loved them so much, just for ease of use. Now you don't get a brake on them or anything like that, but just for that mid-sized airplane. But it has a lot of torque. It'll swing, a 10.5 prop like no problem at all.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
Just kind of putt right along. They just kind of putt right along. So I liked them so much. I bought 2 more off of eBay, and I bought 2 from one Dennis Sadak, I think, Sayadek from Canada. Had a couple for sale that were already set up because Jim Lee does Venturis. It's a true Venturi. It's a sprinkler, Tiger needles. So, well, we had 6 of them. We have 5 now because Sam took the cylinder head off one at the Nats last year. But they're a great sport motor, man. They're a great sport motor. I'm not saying they're the be-all, end-all of stunt engines or anything like that, but they're perfect for Sam, and they're much easier to get a good run on than a Fox 35.
Yeah, they do it too. I mean, Dick run them. That's what he had the KMB 28s. That and the other good one was the Brat 28.
Mm-hmm. Well, that would have been one of the clone engines, so that's right. The Brat would have.
The KMB 28 is quiet.
Yeah.
The first time I showed up to Huntersville with a KMB 28 on Sam's Rugged Stunt Trainer, like 4 years ago, one of his first ones. He was up there flying, and somebody came up to me on the edge of the circle and asked if it was electric.
Yeah.
And they were standing right on the edge of the circle with me, and I'm like, no. I said, that's a nitro engine. They were like, I can't believe how it is. No. They've got a really good silencer on them. The silencer on them is phenomenal.
That's awesome.
Yeah. No, the reason I asked about the 45s is I was messing around on eBay the other night, and somebody was selling a pair of them, and the bidding was early and stuff, but it was like they're up to $13 for the pair, And it's like the last, well, that's it. I'd buy them, and then I would absolutely, no idea what to use them for or anything like that. But it was more a question of, well, if I had it, is it even a usable commodity?
Hey, at $13, you could cut them up for tip weights. They'd be worth it.
Yeah, that's true.
Cheaper than buying lead at the hobby shop, man.
That's it. The well, that aluminum tip weight will save you overall aircraft weight. So yeah, you're right. That's lighter than lead. So that's a good idea.
They were a decent motor. They were just a big case.
Yeah, they're big. They're physically big. Yeah. They're all aluminum. They don't. Well, heck, what they got a steel crankshaft. I think is the only steel in it. But
oh wow.
Here's one on a Sterling Mustang that we have. Let me see if I can.
Yeah.
So look at that silencer on there.
Yep.
It doesn't look like much, but I'll tell you what, that is a quiet engine, man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Can you turn the cylinder on that 90 degrees and make it a rear exhaust? Maybe not. It might not have circlips on the piston.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Okay. Frankly, I always liked the idea of, I liked the fact that it was an all aluminum, no cylinder, the ports cut right in and everything like that. There's no heat transfer loss between the cylinder and the fins, the case or anything like that. It was all one piece. That always seemed like it should be a more efficient layout somehow, if you could, get the metallurgy right. So
yeah, so all they did was chrome the piston. So they got a chrome piston on an aluminum cylinder instead of aluminum piston on a chrome cylinder.
Yeah.
And they ran good. I mean, people didn't like them in RC because they were plain bearing. Everybody wanted a full bearing motor.
Well, they wanted an excuse not to use a cheap engine. They were cheap. That was the other thing. They needed to be expensive, and then people would have flocked to them. But anyhow.
Yeah, that's true.
My battery's dying. I got to go get my charger plug in here.
All righty.
I've often wondered about the K&B 61, whether it would be any good for stunt. The control line version.
I think it would be. I'd say
from
that's
what
a
I've
zero
heard, I
risk
think,
engine. Yeah.
Yeah, I think some of the guys have said they run very nicely. They're a little heavier than a Super Tiger, but they say they have a nice run to them.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. Now they have the ones though that have. They had one that had the aluminum chrome liner and stuff like that in there.
Okay.
And yeah, I was on their website. They got some engines in stock right now.
Yeah, apparently they're not very expensive either. They're pretty cheap.
No.
Reaching a point with glow engines where don't even have a lot of choices on what the heck you can run. There's not a lot available. But
yeah, there's not much left. You've got Rojet, you've got Stalker, and you've got you're getting down to the bottom of the barrel pretty quick.
Yeah.
Well, that's like what was it, LJR or RJL?
Yeah.
And if you look at it, it says Mocha or whatever.
Makoa. Yeah.
Makoa, yeah.
Makoa. That's on that motor now on the case.
Okay.
And I mean, that was a hell of a motor back in the day, but now nobody uses it. K&B, oh my God, but it was a really good motor.
Didn't Les McDonald use K&B 40s?
Sure did.
I thought he did. Didn't seem to hurt him any. I mean, I'm sure they were modified.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he was running those when other people were running Tiger 46s and stuff, so he was doing just fine with them.
Yep.
And as I recall, his engines ran really, really strong too. So.
Yep.
But we used to have guys that ran the K&B 60s that and I can't think of, was Clarence Lee.
Yeah.
And you could get him to tune them and stuff. I mean, they were really good running motors.
Okay. I may just have to pick one of those up at some point and see how it works, just for the fun of it.
Yeah, it worked fine.
I would buy one of those over an Avistar any day.
Yeah.
But really, it's like with Stalker motors. Everybody loves a Stalker, but they hated, they'll hate the old K&Bs and stuff like that. And they're just a bypass motor. And we're not running the RPM that you need in a Snurley. So you take a Snurley engine and you cut down the damn Venturi and all that kind of stuff to keep it from running away, to get rid of a lot of the power,
Go figure.
And you could just go to an old bypass motor. And that's why people want Stalker.
Yeah, it's made for it.
They're made to run in the RPM range you want.
That's true.
So. But yeah, I just don't see a reason to have a high performance motor than detune it.
Well, I guess if you're running a pipe, it's a little different.
Yeah, but they're not detuning it though. So. I don't know.
Good fun.
Yeah, I always thought the Fox Eagle 1 would have been a good engine. Because but back when we were selling them at Joe's and stuff when they first came out, they were at least head to head with the small case Tiger 60s. They didn't keep up with the later G60s or anything like that, but they compared to a Tiger 60, they were just fine. And I think they would have been a good choice. Well, those things were available on eBay for there were a lot of them for a while. There was a lot of them on eBay, and they were cheaper in dirt. So
Yeah, Gerald runs them. They're in New Zealand.
Yeah. Cheaper than dirt and good running works for me anytime.
That's it. That's a tough combination to pass. So
Yep, exactly.
Well, that
But
was
what
just
I
like with the Eagle one and what do they call the
Falcon, that's
the
one
one
I
with the
really like. Yeah.
with the red cylinder on it? Oh, I can't think.
Oh, the Hawk.
The Hawk.
Yep.
People hated them motors and all that kind of stuff. I have. The big thing is it has 3 adjustments. It has a mid-range adjustment on the carburetor.
Yep.
And if you did it like Fox said, they ran great. But when you get somebody who only had 2 needle adjustments, they can never get the damn things to run right.
Nope.
Because they couldn't read the directions and they refused to do it the way he said.
Hey, nothing changes. There's some people who listen to the manufacturer and to the people who know, and there's some people who don't listen to anybody but themselves, and they get nothing but trouble with anything.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's like my brother with his Enya 80. And that, Fox and Enya really stole a lot of stuff from each other. And Enya came out with that 3 adjustment carburetor. That was the same thing with them. Like, oh my God, it doesn't run and stuff like this. We went out to the RC field. My brother started his airplane, stuck it on a bench, and let it idle for a half an hour. Hit the throttle, it was instant throttle. Everybody's like, holy shit, I can't believe that. And he's like, if you adjust them like they say to do it, he said, they're perfect.
Exactly.
We played with it, I don't know, 2 or 3 times, and we had it to where that thing would just run, idle, it never quits.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you run a road jet the way Dub Jet and Rich Oliver tell you to run it, it works perfect every time. Same with a double star. If you do what Tom Dixon tells you to do with it, it works. If you don't listen and you want to make it up your way, good luck.
Yeah.
You might get it, but you probably won't.
Double star 40 until John Paris is like,
he knows how to run that.
You got to open up the Venturi. He goes, they sent that in the first batches with real small Venturis, and he goes, I bet you got one. Sure as shit.
Sure as shit.
It runs great.
You're damn right it does, because see, John Paris knows how to run a stalker. Simple.
Who was it on their website that is it Randy Smith and his tips and tricks?
Yeah.
Where he says, if you mix your own fuel, don't bother calling me or something.
Well, it's true.
He tells you what to run and
exactly. Randy knows.
And he's like, if you mix your own fuel, you're not going to use the glow plug and the prop that I'm recommending. Don't bother.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I still mix my own fuel and get them to run fine, but
and it's true. Guys like Randy Smith and Tom Dixon and Rich Oliver and Dub Jet, these guys know how to make the stuff work. They've done it. We don't have to reinvent the wheel.
No. I mean,
they're also matching that fuel with their build specifications too. So
most definitely.
Right. In Randy's engines, I run the plug Randy says to run. In Tom's engines, I run the plug that Tom says to run.
Exactly. And it works.
Run. Yeah. Yeah.
All there is to it.
These guys are telling you that. It's not because they think they know better. It's because they do know better.
And they've done the legwork. They've done all the legwork for us. We don't have to do it.
Right. Right. It's all there. It's all there to follow.
I mean, I'm not an engine guy, but I can listen.
Yes, me too, Len. I'm not.
Yeah, and it works every time. When Dub Jet tells me to do something with my road jet and I do it and it works, why would I want to try and do something else? That just makes no sense.
It has nothing to do with mixing your own fuel.
No, if you mix it properly.
Right, if you mix it properly. I know, but one of those guys, and I don't remember if it was Tom or Randy that said it. That
Tom.
I read in their list of, do's and don'ts. One of them said something about mixing your own fuel, and I just thought it was funny. Like,
well, the funny part is, though, he says only use a SIG glow plug.
But he was cutting off a problem that could happen. Like if you're mixing your own fuel and you're mixing shit, he doesn't want you calling him and saying, "Hey man, your motor runs like crap," if you're not running the type of fuel that you're supposed to be running in the motor. He's trying to alleviate that part of the problem.
Right.
That's all.
What it is that, like on a SIG glow plug, people like, you got to use a SIG glow plug. Who makes SIG glow plugs? K&B. But K&B plugs are junk. And I talked to the guy, it's the same damn plug put in a different blister pack. You know, there is no difference between a SIG and a K&B.
Really?
K&B's always made them. You get K&B's a lot cheaper than you can SIG. If you look at them, if you took a K&B and a SIG plug and threw them down and tried to pick it up and say, okay, this is, you can't tell unless you look on the side of the plug. But yeah, there's not that many plug makers. So
why do you say they're crap?
I said people say K&Bs are crap.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I thought you said they were crap.
No,
I'm sorry.
People say
I'm sorry.
K&B glow plugs are crap. SIGs are great. You know, it's just like, oh my God. That's just like back when people said Wolfhead's oil is crap. Valvoline is great. It's the same oil in a different damn, no, I take it back. It's not. It's Quaker State and Wolf's Head. They're the same oil in different containers, exactly the same. But people will swear by Quaker State and say Wolf's Head's no good. And other people only use Wolf's Head down south. They hate Quaker State.
It's just interesting because I've run. Go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
Mike's gone.
Oh, I thought he was there. Okay, but anyway,
for a second, yeah.
I was going to say I've run both K&B plugs and SIG plugs, and I like both of them. So I don't know. Who's saying that. Yeah, they seem good to me, both of them. But I use SIG because I can get them.
Right, they're the same plug, and I forget Merlin plugs. Merlin made plugs for somebody.
Roadjet.
Like, oh, this one's so much better than that one. It's the same plug with a different name on it, because there wasn't that many people making glow. You had Fox made glow plugs, K&B made them, you know, OS, Inya, stuff like that. But I mean, when you have these off-market ones like Tower, I don't know, I forget who was making Tower for a while, but I think it was OS that made Tower plugs. And they wrote Tower on the side of them.
I like the SIG plugs. They seem to work really good for me, and I put them in all my competition stuff, and they seem to work, and I don't try to figure anything beyond that.
Well, that's like the electric motors, Dennis. How many manufacturers is there for electric motors?
There's something like 3.
That's
okay, so
you know,
this is junk and this one's great. And it's like,
there's 30 different brands, but there's 3 different factories. All right. So.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I'm sure they all have different grades too.
That's not to say that there's not several different lines that are tooled differently at each factory, though. I mean, one factory could have 5 lines and they all be tooled up and with different metallurgies or money savings things, and putting out.
That was just like we carried Youngster chainsaws back when I was going to school, and people like, oh, I like Youngsters, and I like Husqvarnas, and Youngsters are drunk, and partners are horrible, and McCullough is this, you know. They all have the same line. Yeah. Some of McCulloughs were made by Partner. They had the same parts as Partner, but they were junk because it said McCullough on them. But when we ordered the part, it was the same part number, everything. You know, and people just like, oh my God, you know, this is good, this is bad. You know, that's like dope. Both companies are owned by the same company.
Yeah, outboard engines. It was always Evan Rudin Johnson, and the joke was if it starts on the first pull coming out of the factory, they put Evan Rood on the side. If it starts on the second pull, they put Johnson on the side, and Johnson enthusiasts would flip that, you know. So
I'll tell you, there's difference in them because my one uncle had a 25 horse Evinrude and my other uncle had a 25 horse Johnson on the same boat. It was a fiberglass boat down there in Florida, and that Johnson would run away from that Evinrude. And they were bought at the exact same time, the exact same year. So they did something different with that motor, even though it would come from the same factory or whatever. Its timing or something was different because that Johnson would outrun that Evinrude.
Well, it's because the Johnson used SIG plugs and the Evinrude used K&B.
Yeah.
Come on, Steve, you know that.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know why. It's just a better motor or whatever, you know, that.
It was probably a production variation, you know, how many different, it says 25 horse on the side, but I'm sure some are 24 and a half and some are 25 and a half and
Yeah.
whatever.
But yeah, it was crazy, you know, and it's like they looked exactly the same except for the sticker on the side of it. But yeah, it's a lot of that stuff is that way.
Weren't we talking about guns that were labeled by other people? Like I had a Sears Roebuck gun, but it was made by J.C. Higgins.
Yeah.
J.C. Higgins still, well, I think it's H&R now. Harrington's and Richards is taking over that cheap line of guns. But they just brand them for whoever wants to sell them. But they're made on the same line and in the same factory.
Well, that was just like I got a SKB shotgun. And that's a Japanese shotgun. They ain't no good and stuff. Now look at my Weatherby. Yeah, that's a nice shotgun made by SKB in Japan. You know, it's like damn choke tubes will fit in the same gun and everything. It's like, okay, whatever.
Well, I'm waiting for Homeland Security to knock on my door this week, man. I did my annual ammo purchase for the year, and I had 6,000 rounds of AK ammo and AR ammo, 5.56, 3,000 of each delivered today, FedEx. So I'm sure I'm on some list somewhere because I ordered 6,000 rounds of ammo. So I'm waiting for well, that's just the summer shooting supply, man. I mean, it's 3,000 rounds. My wife has an AR. I have an AR. We both have AKs. We'll shoot that between now and November or December of next year, you know. I buy in bulk, man. I don't go buy 100 round packs at Walmart or Kmart or Meijer or whatever. I buy it by the thousand, you know, because it's just cheaper to do it that way.
Well, I had a friend of mine that bought he always shot 45 ACP because he could get the government stuff for really cheap and do the same thing, have a damn skid of that shit brought in.
Yeah, I bought 1,000 rounds of 9 too, 9mm, and that probably won't even get us halfway through the summer. We'll use all that up pretty quick. But I think it's nuts, man. They say, oh, the FBI raided a guy and he had 3,000 rounds of ammo, and I'm like, well, shit, I've got 10,000 at any given time. If I looked over here at my 22 ammo, I got like 8,000 rounds of 22 ammo because I buy 1,500 round buckets when they're on sale. You buy them when they're cheap and you buy them in bulk. But somehow, if you own that much ammunition, you're some kind of kook, man. What if you just shoot a lot with your family?
Well, that's like I got what are the old boxes of 22s? What were they? 25 in a box? A little
50 usually.
50 in a box.
Cardboard box. You used to buy them for like 75 cents at Kmart, man.
I got one box left that was, it says Kmart sale, and my dad paid like 47 cents for.
That's awesome, man. Don't shoot it. Keep it. Keep that.
Well,
Hey, I got an
he
ammo
shot some of
question
them out
for you
of there,
guys.
but I still got it. I still got the box and that, but.
Hey, you guys aren't frozen anymore. This is awesome.
Oh,
You guys have been frozen for the last hour.
All right,
wait, turn it
we're
off.
animated.
Nobody
Well,
wants to see
Now we're
that.
animated.
What was crazy, Len, is that when I brought up everybody on the 4 squares, I could see you. And
Really?
if I went to the line down the side,
Yeah,
you were,
nothing. I just
yeah, you're blank.
frozen. Yeah, exactly. Now I can see everybody. Hey, you guys all look pretty good for this time of night.
Rusty, what's your ammo question, Rusty?
I've got some shotgun shells that I bought. I think they're 4.5 dram duck loads, high brass. I bought them almost 50 years ago, and they're in the top drawer of my dresser. And the two questions I have are: have they become more volatile with time,
No.
or
Are they
they have
plastic
not?
shells? Are they paper shells or plastic shells?
Plastic?
They're fine. They're fine.
Really?
As long as
Okay.
they never get wet, as long as they've never been exposed to moisture, they're fine.
Nah.
I'd shoot.
Okay.
I'd shoot them. Hey, when I was a
What-
garbage man in Detroit, we used to get all kinds of cool scores, man. And some that died, and his wife just got all his ammo. And I had all this 16, 20, and 410 and 12 gauge ammo from like 1960. So this would have been in the 90s. I got 30-year-old ammo in Kmart boxes that were like $1.25 a piece or whatever. I took every bit of that ammo and I shot it all, man. And it was 30 plus years old, and I didn't have any issue with it at all.
Yeah,
If there's no corrosion on the brass,
Mhm.
at the bottom of the plastic, where the primer is, the brass and injection right there, it's fine. If it's not corroded, it's
Okay.
fine.
It might have a little.
I got some old
separation from
Peters.
fingerprint.
I got some old Peters. I got a full case of Peters. I haven't shot them because they're original Peters before Remington bought them out and stuff, just because. But the last time I shot them, when I had some extra boxes, they shot fine.
Well, what's the best way to dispose of them? Just
shoot them.
Just cut the.
Shoot them.
Yeah, I would, but the only gun I've got is a vintage Parker Brothers side by side, and I think that's too much to shoot out of it. I did when I was 16.
Here's what you do with them, Rusty. You put them in an envelope and you mail them care of Len Burrell, Canada. You mail them to Len.
And what am I going to do with them? Put them in the back of my stunner for balance?
You can pick them up at custom.
Maybe Canada's Homeland Security knocking on your door for illegal ammo import or something.
The only ammunition I've got is a 2-inch square box of pellets sitting out in the garage, and I got no pellet gun anymore, so I use them for tip weights in my half A's.
There you go.
I got a bunch of different kinds. I got a bunch of pellets, but my pellet gun's dead too.
Yeah,
it's a nice gun. It's a
Rusty,
walnut Remington.
Go to a shooting club, sell the guys them shells. They'll buy them from you.
No, Rusty. If you're not going to use them, give them to me. I'll shoot them. I'll use them. I'll buy them from you.
Okay, you can have them. It's only a half a box. I just didn't want it blowing up in my bedroom.
That would cause some excitement.
It's not dynamite, Rusty. It's not sweating nitroglycerin, man.
Oh my goodness!
You got a Parker side by side?
Yeah, beautiful.
That thing's worth some money.
Yeah, when I was a teenager, I shot some of these 4.5 dram duck loads out of it. It's high brass, and don't think that was a good idea to do that
Yeah,
on that gun.
now you gotta. It's like my brother special orders his shotgun shells right from England for his English shotgun because they only take some. They're only rated for so much pressure and stuff. And a side by side.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I'm sure this was way more than what that gun was ever meant to take. It's a beautiful gun, but it's light. It's lightweight and it kicks kicks like a horse for a 20 gauge.
It's because it's lightweight.
Do you have it handy, Rusty? Can we see it? Is it handy?
Oh, I'll have to get it out of the closet. I don't want to rummage around in there right now, but I'll bring it next time.
Maybe Monday. Yeah, I'd like to see it. I'd like to see
Okay.
it.
Yeah, that shotgun could be worth thousands. Depends
I'll
on
bring my
what-
Japanese. I'll
Huh?
bring my Japanese sniper rifle too.
Okay, but yeah, that Parker side by side could be worth a lot of money.
Could be worth a lot of Spectra.
Yeah, Rusty, we had the gun show the night you weren't live streaming. When Charles started the stream, we had the gun show that night. Me and Steve talked in wee hours of the morning about guns. And Len, were you in on that as well?
No, I wasn't there for that one.
No,
I missed
But
that
we were
one.
doing a little show and tell.
me, you, and John. Yeah,
I did a live fire exercise here in the garage. I set up my camera right next to my trap. I shoot in my garage all the time.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
I heard you say that.
On the corner of my workbench, and I shoot 22 subsonic ammo in here all the time, man. I mean, I shoot in here with the kids too. You know, it's not a big deal.
yeah.
21
I
feet.
wish that was on YouTube. I'd love to be able to go back and watch it.
No, it's not on YouTube.
Some
No.
good show.
I put my camera
Yeah.
right by the target while Steve and Charles were talking, and then I went to the other side of the room and I put 10 rounds into the bullseye.
Wow.
Yeah, when I lived in Switzerland, the guy that I don't know didn't live too far from me. He had a shooting range in his basement. It was like a Michigan basement. We go down there and shoot. When I lived there.
Yeah, we did in Detroit. My dad had a shooting range in our basement in Detroit. I'm using the same trap that my dad had in Detroit.
Yeah.
It was my dad. And you know, it's only up to 22s. That's all. I don't shoot anything bigger.
We were
But
shooting 38s. But what he did was he took logs that were, I don't know, 18 inches long or so, like for a fireplace.
And shot
And
into the end.
the whole wall was nothing but them logs. And then the trap was in the middle of it. As he said, shooting pistols, people couldn't shoot straight. And they were hitting the walls, ricocheting down bullets. So he did that to take a bullet if somebody missed the trap.
If I shoot, I have bought some no gunpowder 22 ammo, some Aguila. It's primer only, so there's no gunpowder in the bullet, in the shell. It's just primer only, and it's only like 700 feet per second. I can shoot that in the garage and not even have to wear hearing protection because it sounds.
Oh yeah, I remember you talking about that.
It sounds like it sounds like a pellet gun.
Yeah, that's cool. Back shooting trap, and I've done a few, but to have your reloader doesn't drop powder, and you go through, and you get up there, and it's like poop, and you can watch shoot it on top of the trap house. But
I've never shot anything bigger than a pellet gun ever.
Oh no, kidding.
My God, Glenn,
No,
come to
never.
Nashville. My God, come to America, please. Come here. Come to my house.
That's wild.
I shot my brother's 380 that he took to Africa. Holy shit. I thought a 10 gauge shotgun kit. That damn 380, it was like mother. But he said that when he's in Africa, he never felt it. He didn't, when he was hunting with it, he didn't feel it. But I mean, when you're at the range, that thing would just hammer your ass. I shot 5 shots. I said, I'm done. I don't want to.
That thing's shooting rockets. That's like shooting a rocket. That's tough. That's a big gun. Kill big animals.
I mean, he shot a lion. He shot a lion with that damn thing.
Dennis, do a square for us. Do a square. No, it's round.
I was just thinking, I once shot a lion in my pajamas.
Yeah.
What he was doing? Yeah, what he was doing in my pajamas, I don't know. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, my brother's been to Africa twice. But
Oh yeah, we talked about this a long time ago. Let's not talk about this.
So.
Yeah. Well, guys, it's after 1 o'clock here. I think I've had all the fun I can stand. So I'm gonna bail out on you. See you Monday, I guess. All right.
Yeah,
Have a good weekend.
Pretty good tonight.
Len got late. He didn't get to see my safety gear and stuff for flying this year.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. You're going to be you're going to be on the field by yourself, Steve. You'll be so safe. So
I always am when I'm out there. I'm out there on the flying field by myself.
All righty. Hang in there, guys. Have a good one.
Have a good one, Dennis.
Yeah, take it. Have a great weekend.
Don't go, Dennis. Wait.
Oh, he's gone.
He's gone.
All right.
Yeah.
For him. And it was actually model airplane related too. So.
Yeah,
we'll get him on Monday.
Now I seen you dope, but are you still doing nitrate, or are you now on butyrate?
Nitrate, putting the silk span down.
Oh yeah, I think I had a nitrate question too. Bob called me today, and he goes up to Pennsylvania every March, and he told me to make a list. And so we were talking the other night about doping those hinges down. So I'm gonna go ahead and get a quart of nitrate. And do I need to add a quart of nitrate thinner to that list? You don't use the same thinner as butyrate, do you?
Yeah, you do. You do.
Oh, you do. Okay.
Yes.
I got plenty of that.
It's the same.
Yeah.
You
so
can both with
Stick is the same, and the other is different. You need different thinner.
there's not a nitrate
for just wood. Do you use nitrate all the way up until the last coat of clear, or do you put nitrate colors on it too?
No. Nitrate
They don't make nitrate colors.
Stuff down, Rusty. That's it. Once you got your silk span down or your hinges down, then you switch to butyrate. But with SIG, there is no thinner difference between use with.
But on Randolph, there's two different kinds of thinners.
Hold on, Steve. Hold on a second. There's no different thinner, Rusty. You use the same thing to thin them. But the nitrate is for your base coat on a wood model. Then you put your hinges on with nitrate, or you put your silk span on with nitrate. But then when you go to tauten everything up, then you're using butyrate.
Yeah, okay.
You can put butyrate on top of nitrate, but you cannot put nitrate on top of butyrate.
Yeah, I got that. Okay, this will be Brodak, but same instructions apply, right?
I don't think so. Brodak is Randolph. And if you look at the Randolph catalog, they have butyrate thinner and they have nitrate thinner.
Okay, I wonder what the difference is. That's weird.
I have no idea, but if people like nitrate and they like the Randolph, I'll give them probably 3/4 of a gallon, because I quit using it. Because the big thing with me is that my paint job, or Samantha, we paint an airplane and it would pucker the paint all up, really bad spots. And I forget who told me to watch some windy video, and he says, hey, do not use nitrate, because if you get too much thinner in your top coats and it bleeds through, it'll mix the two and it'll fuck up the paint job. I've never had a paint job problem once I quit using nitrate. And we had them like crazy for 3 or 4 models. Could not figure out what we were doing wrong. And it was just because of the nitrate, but it was rained off.
Mhm.
I've never tried SIG.
Yeah.
Just SIG might be fine. Who knows?
It may be fine. I don't know. But all I know is that I have a damn gallon of nitrate Randolph that I won't use. You know, and I quit using tautening dope altogether. I don't even use
low shrink.
Yeah, low shrink or
Low shrink.
non-tautening. I don't even use any tautening dope.
I've never used nitrate dope in my life on anything. I've only used butyrate. Not because of any reason. I just have never tried it. I've never used it.
I just started using it for
Butyrate will
everybody.
crack over time.
I only just started using it for hinges like 3 years ago because everyone said the adhesion quality was so
Yeah,
good.
it seems to be working for you, so that's good.
See, I always put hinges down with SIG sticks it. Or
Okay.
not.
Everybody's using something different. See, I usually do hinges with tight bond.
Okay,
Like
yeah.
white glue.
Or SIG not sticks it, Sigma
Right.
is how I always glue all them down. And then
Oh yeah, Sigma. Yeah, I know what Sigma is. It's sort of
Yeah.
like Ambroid almost.
Right.
That's
I
like
think it's
Ambroid
better than
stuff.
Ambroid. I used Ambroid and I had problems with Ambroid after you start putting on a lot of color to it. It'll lift
Okay.
and stuff. But the Sigma I've never had a problem.
You know, it's funny on
It's the
these.
cellulose type. It's a cellulose type though, right? Same type stuff as Ambroid.
No, Sigma is a clear. And I heard it's some type of dope, actually, a thick dope.
It's probably nitrate, and so you're doing the same thing that Mike is.
But we've never had the problem with it raising the,
Okay.
you know, or crater. It makes like a crinkle paint job.
Yeah, that's weird, eh?
Yeah, and it's in one of Wendy's videos that he was getting that, and he figured it out. It was the nitrate.
Yeah, see, I follow Wendy's stuff pretty closely, and that's why I do things the way he did, and it seems to work. That's all I know.
Right. And I forget who told me. I looked up that video and watched it, man. He's like, don't use nitrate.
Yeah. Well, his finishes always came out pretty damn good, so hey, it's good enough for me.
Well, yeah,
They were really heavy, weren't they? Wasn't he famous for heavy finishes?
No, really,
I don't know.
finishes.
It couldn't be that heavy. He got the top 5 at the U.S. Nets. How many times?
Yeah.
They couldn't be too heavy.
That's where Rusty, got a lot of his thinking on finishing and stuff like that was from Wendy. But yeah, it's just a deal where try nitrate. I'd try it on a small model first. I wouldn't do it,
That's what my plan. I'm putting that Hyper Viper on together, and I wanted to know before I started. It's already hinged, but I'm going to put some paper on it, I think. But what about wings? Do you have any use to use nitrate on wings at all?
I don't anymore. I mean, the thing is that the one thing about nitrate, it doesn't shrink like butyrate. But if you
want
buy
that on a wing,
but if you buy non-tautening dope, that won't shrink. So I've never.
But you don't use nitrate to finish a wing. You
No,
only
ever. That's right. It's only in the early stages.
Right. You don't use nitrate on open A's. You only use it to put covering
stick
down.
Yeah, to stick stuff.
Yeah, right.
That's it.
Yeah, like on the fuselage paper and that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're not
I get
doping
it.
the tissue after it's down. You're just sticking it and then going right to butyrate. Exactly.
Correct.
But the other thing is that the old timers, when they used butyrate that was tautening, they put banana oil in it to make it so it wouldn't shrink.
Oh, well, let me get this clear, Lynn. You you use a wet coat of nitrate on the fuselage to stick the paper down, and you paint over the outside of it with butyrate right then and there? Or
no, you use nitrate to put it down. That's it.
Okay.
So you do your substrate in nitrate. Okay.
Yeah. Right.
Paint in nitrate. You wet your tissue just like you would. And when you're putting the tissue down, putting the silk span down, you use nitrate over the top of that to adhere it.
To adhere the tissue to
Okay.
the wood.
To the wood.
Got it.
You're not painting open bays with it. Anywhere
I
you're doing
understand. We're talking about fuselage and stab and all that. Yeah.
Or even the wing, but not in the open base.
Rusty,
Yeah.
even on a wing.
No.
Way. Trailing edge, leading edge, center section, tips. You
That's
can use
right.
nitrate, put all that stuff down while it's wet with water. And then it shrinks up, and then you might hit the edges again with nitrate dope one more time, you know, like 2 coats usually.
Just
One
so
to
you
put
get
it
good
down.
adhesion. Yeah.
Good adhesion. After that, then you switch to the butyrate for the
Okay.
rest. And butyrate
All right.
for shrinking the tissue.
Well, like
Okay, good.
Sparky doesn't use nitrate either. You know,
What about over time, one with nitrate from the bottom up caused some cracking and
Don't do it.
malformation, peeling, or not peeling, but separating?
Just
I
don't
don't
do it.
think I mean, I've got a
don't
couple
know.
here that I covered in silk span using nitrate dope to put the silk span on. And then they're finished in butyrate. And I haven't had any lifting or separating or cracking or.
Really? Okay.
but I mean, nitrate dope was, and they used rubber band powered stuff like that. And I know that they still, because it's a super light formula. And then, but don't put any paint on, you know, the silk span. Yeah, you know,
You're breaking up real.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Steve.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
am I?
can't understand what you're saying, Steve.
We can't hear you.
I said on free flight, they the indoor free flight, but with no
Yeah.
color, they use nitrate dope. It's light. Yeah, for some reason my bandwidth just took a shit.
That's weird.
Yeah, I
Seems
don't know
like
what's
it's back up now.
I've covered 3 models now with using nitrate dope to put silk span down and then butyrate over the top, and they're all still fine.
They're fine.
I haven't had an issue with using SIG dope, SIG nitrate,
Okay.
SIG thin, and SIG butyrate. I haven't used Randolph. I haven't.
So here's the deal. Because you're using SIG, it's working good. Now, I know when Windy was doing airplanes, he was using Brodak, all Brodak dope,
Yeah.
no SIG dope. He stopped using SIG dope, I think, as soon as Brodak came out. He never used SIG again.
Right.
So he may have had a problem with the Brodak dope in terms of nitrate. I think that's probably what happened. So that's why he said, even in his video, don't use nitrate dope if you're using Brodak dope. I bet that's what it was.
Yeah,
But it seems to work okay for you, Mike, with the
Probably
SIG.
that's
And I am no finishing expert by any means. The only reason I started using nitrate is because everybody started talking about it on Stunthangar and the better adhesion qualities for using it for hinges, for cloth hinges, and for getting silk span down. That's why I started using it.
And I know darn well if I was going to use nitrate dope, just from what you had said, I would try it with SIG just to see how it works. Because, I mean, I don't want to spend $100 on paint and everything and have it go for a shit either. No more than anybody else wants to.
Yeah, who does?
But the biggest reason I went to Brodak or Randolph was they have so many different colors.
Well, that's true. I understand that.
That's the only reason I always love SIG, you know, but they don't have any colors.
I need to get a good red color. I've got some blues and other colors that I can mix together and make some good stuff, but I don't have a good red.
Well, I know that Brodak has a dozen different reds. You just have to pick what you like.
Yeah. I like Pontiac, but you know, that's
it's
just
got got a chart in the catalog. I'll have to look through that.
Oh, here
Before
comes
I-
Mike. He's got a show and tell.
Well, since we're talking about it, here's a ringmaster I built 4 years ago,
Yeah,
covered in silk span, and that silk span was put down with nitrate dope and then
looks good.
tightened up with butyrate. That's SIG.
That looks beautiful.
There's no issues with any lifting or bubbling or
Nothing.
or
That looks
anything.
great.
It looks, I mean, yeah, it's fine.
So what
And
have you got on that? Tell me what you've got. Like after you put it down with the nitrate, what did you do? Just put clear SIG dope?
Okay, so two coats of nitrate on the wood,
Yeah,
light sanding with some 400 or whatever.
yeah,
Lay the silk span on wet,
yeah,
coat of nitrate all the way around the outside.
yeah,
Let it dry. One more coat of nitrate after it's dry around the framework, not the ribs, just the outside.
yeah.
Let it dry. So 2 coats, silk span wet, 2 coats, and then butyrate after that. Probably 3 coats of butyrate on that.
That looks good.
I did 1 coat of tautening, regular SIG butyrate, and then 2 coats of clear light coat, the
Perfect.
non-tautening.
That looks good.
But it's 4 years old. I mean, and it's not. I have no interaction between the nitrate and the butyrate after 4 years. So that's what I'm saying. I can't speak to Brodak or Randolph. I don't know.
No, because you haven't done it. That's good.
Yeah, I was always good up to that point until I put color on it. It's when the color hit it that it would do that, and I don't know why. But Wendy thought it's because your color coats you thin a lot. When you spray them out.
Especially if you're spraying, yes.
Right, and it's mixing somehow. That thinner cuts down in there and mixes the two together, and it does that.
Yeah, you got to realize there's a big difference between a spray-on finish and a brush-on finish.
Yeah.
A brush-on finish is not nearly as thin as a spray-on finish. When you're
Right.
spraying, you almost have to have the consistency of water or it won't go through the gun.
Yeah, because I think what happens is that I was brushing on. That means Samantha was sanding, like they said, and we'd sand everything. And then we, really cut 60, 40, 70, 30 for our top coats. And the paint job would go to hell.
Yeah, because you got too much thinner in it. That's what's going on there.
But since I got rid of nitrate, I haven't had that problem.
Okay.
Okay. I got another one for you then, since you're talking about color.
Yeah.
Here's Sam's Junior Ringmaster. Now this wing was covered, was put down with nitrate dope. 2 coats of nitrate. Put the silk span on. 2 coats of nitrate, and then painted with SIG Fokker Red. Now this is brushed, not sprayed, but this plane is 6 years old.
Okay.
And there is no interaction between the nitrate and the butyrate. If you can see the trailing edge there.
Okay.
So this is a combination of nitrate, clear butyrate, and then colored butyrate.
But brushed on, not sprayed on.
This is
Yeah.
brushed, not sprayed.
Yeah.
But this
Okay.
airplane is 6 years old.
Yeah. And it looks decent.
Yeah, it's still good. Still good. It's no front row 20 pointer, but
Don't worry, mine aren't either.
no reaction with the paints is what I'm getting
No.
at. But again, that's SIG dope. So that's all I can say.
Has anybody had any experience using both SIG and Brodak on the same airplane?
I don't
Has
think you're
anybody
supposed
tried
to do that.
No, it's not a good. I had a little bit of trouble on my last one because of that.
I think I read some articles that's like no bueno, man, that you're not supposed to do that.
Okay.
I think there's some threads on Stunthangar about dope compatibility.
Compatibility, yeah. Well, I did it on my last airplane and I had a little bit of trouble. It survived it, but it wasn't the best.
I think what I read was you can mix Brodak and Randolph because they come out of the same freaking container.
Right, but not Brodak and Sig.
Or not Randolph and Sig.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I think you're right.
It goes back to what we were talking about earlier of, manufacturing lines and the same product being made on the same line with different branding. And I believe that I could be wrong, and I probably shouldn't be saying this on the internet with any certainty, but I think Brodak comes from Randolph and they just repackage it.
Okay.
I've heard that that's not exactly the way it is, that Brodak orders a special formula that's not the same stuff as what's in the cans that say Randolph.
Okay. But it comes from Randolph, right?
Yeah.
But it should be, yeah, that's right. But
Okay.
I don't know how compatibility is though.
Yeah, I think you're right, Rusty. I think it's just a little different formula, the Brodak. Yeah.
Yeah.
But see, what I did on my last airplane is I wanted a yellow and dark blue airplane, which is fine. But the only yellow I could get was Sig yellow. Now, Brodak makes the same color, but I couldn't get it in time for when I wanted the airplane finished. So what I did is I did all the finishing on the airplane up to the color coats in Brodak dope. And then what I did is I sprayed Sig yellow on the wings and on part of the fuse. And it worked okay, but it was not perfect.
Well, I guess the biggest thing is you don't want to have a reaction,
Yeah, it didn't have a reaction, but I could tell it just didn't seem like it was going on just right. It was a little off.
We want decent looking airplanes, but none of us are building planes that are ever going to be like, in the top 20 finishes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not building a Sparky type airplane.
I have no aspiration to build like that. Yeah, to finish like that.
I mean, my finishes are decent utility finish. I mean, maybe a little better than utility, but not a lot better.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm going to struggle with, building some bigger stunt planes when I actually get into building this Infinity kit.
Right.
And even this Tom Dixon profile. I really do want to try to do a good job on the finish, but I think you just got to build and build and build.
I think you're on the right path, though. I think the main thing is you got to give it a little more time with the sanding. I think that's where I tend to flaw, is I don't sand enough and I don't sand carefully enough because I'm too big a hurry to get it done.
But each one should look better than the last. Each one should look a little bit better than the last one. That's kind of, as long as each model I build, the finish looks a little bit better than the one before.
Can you see that?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
This is my last plane I ever did with nitrate. I mean, I didn't even fix that because I got so sick of fixing, but it was fine until I went to clear. Once I went to the clear coat that was thin, all that shit popped up. It was just horrible, but it was fine until I went to clear.
Yeah, you can tell it all separated.
Yeah, you can see it there on the tail too, really bad.
Oh,
maybe your top coats were too much thinner and it lifted the nitrate.
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah.
Did you let the nitrate gas off before you went to the butyrate? Because that's another thing. You got to let it gas off.
I sanded it in between. I mean,
next day or 2 days later.
Like how much time? How many days between nitrate and butyrate?
I think a week, man. Well,
this was like a 3-year deal.
Oh wow.
Man, that clevis control horn you got back there on the tail end's dangerous.
What's wrong with that?
Wait, that's not. Let me get a closer look. I thought that was a.
Yeah.
That's.
That clevis part, I don't like that.
I mean, I've flown
the
RC airplanes hundreds of hours with them on there and never had it come loose.
Is that a nylon clevis?
RC
Yeah,
airplanes
it's just a
don't
Yeah,
nylon.
I
take
don't mind the
control.
nylon ones.
RC planes don't take the control loads that thing does.
Oh yes, maybe
That's
more.
that Rusty, that's a 15 size. What is that? Is that a clown or a
No, it's a 15 size ringmaster.
Ringmaster.
junior ring?
Uh,
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
it's fine for that.
Even
I mean,
even
I-
on bigger ones.
A stunt ship? No.
I mean, that's like everybody says, oh,
A
even the
35
metal
size
clevises and stuff like that are no good. I mean, I take an 8-pound airplane and snap that son of a bitch so hard, and none of them ever pop off. I mean, it's crazy. They take so much weight, so much pull that's just another deal. It's like I don't argue with people. A lot of my planes have them on there. They never broke.
That's right.
You
Hey,
know?
whatever works, right?
Yeah, and
I mean, I probably wouldn't do something like that on a 60 size stunter, but on something like that, even up to a full size ringmaster or a magician or something like that, it wouldn't bother me a bit.
Well, think about this, Len.
Yeah.
In the 70s and 80s,
Yeah.
on a 60 size pattern ship, that's what you had for a horn, man, on your ailerons, your rudder, and your elevator.
And they're always fine. And I mean, it's like with RC stuff.
But hold on though. Keep in mind, I wasn't using clevises back then. I would just bend the wire over and stuff it through the hole.
Are we talking about the horn or the clevis?
No, I'm talking about the clevis.
You're talking about clevis.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the clevis, not the horn.
Clevis is the same thing. I mean, that's all we ever used on these airplanes. And the other thing is that that's what they still use today. And some of these guys are, got $5,000-$6,000 into their airplanes.
That's right.
And if these things are all unsafe and stuff on these huge jets and stuff like that, they wouldn't use them.
Yeah, I still myself
on jets, man.
Huh?
I don't think they're using nylon clevises on jets.
No, they're using nylon ball link. What's the difference? It's nylon.
I wouldn't use that either. No. Like I have one airplane down in the basement that has ball links on the control horns and stuff. It's my SV11 ARF. But it's never let go, so I can't say anything. It's been fine.
I'm getting ready to do one, Len, but I'm swapping out the Chinese ball links that came with the kit for Dubro ones. I bought Dubro ball.
Yeah, that's probably a better idea, and I should have too, but I didn't.
Got to make a new push rod and threaded ends because they're 440. They're not.
That's right.
I'll tell you what, Mike. Check the ball links from China. See how smooth they are. If they're smoother than the Dubros, use the Chinese ones. That's what I found. Because that's like with ball links. If people want Dubro ball links, I probably got 100 of them. Because I bought 100 packages up, I think 25, 4 packages of them to get 4 ball links we used on Samantha's airplane for the World Championships. Because they're so tight. I still have, I gave John Paris some. If you want good ball links, you need to call Dubro and tell them that you want the ones that don't have the chrome on them. And he's got 50 left. Because I bought 50.
I never had a tight one until the last batch I bought for a couple of models. And that's when I ran into stiff ball links. That sucks. That's no good.
It will totally screw your airplane up. If them things don't spin in there, right. That's
what I wanted to do.
They will screw up your airplane. That fucker will hunt so bad because they grip. And that's why like Sparky and stuff went away from using them all together, because when it gets hot outside, they expand at different rates.
All right.
Yeah.
What
I found that the Chinese ones are better than Dubro.
What if I use my aerosol can of unicorn snot and spray it on there?
Try it, see how easy they spin.
But I have a can of unicorn snot. It's really slippery.
I got to get a can of that stuff from you.
See how good they spin. Because
I want a can of unicorn snot. I think that's pretty good.
If they're a little bit
real slippery.
Yeah. If they're a little bit tight, you're screwed.
Okay. Well, that's good information, and I'll definitely look at that when I go to put them in.
But yeah, you can't believe the amount of ball links we had at Chris Rudd's house. Hundreds of them. To get 4 for each airplane.
So you had a ball party at Chris's house?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Mine were the biggest.
Oh brother. Here we go.
Not what I heard. I read it on the internet, man.
But yeah, that's why so many people have gone away from the ball links.
Well, I never went to them, so I never thought about it much. See, what I do is I use straight piano wire, 332 piano wire, and I have a pair of pliers that are rounded over on one edge, so that when I bend it, I'm not over bending the wire so that it could ever snap. And then I make my bends. I solder it in with a washer, and then what I do is I set up all my controls, and when I set it up, I get my flaps set absolutely perfect with the airplane sitting on the table.
Yeah.
Okay. Then when I put my tail in, I move the tail back and forth, whatever I need to, until those elevators are perfectly level, and then I glue it into place. And it never changes.
You're using a Z bend on it. You did that in your SV?
Not a Z bend, just a straight bend, just an L bend.
And then, okay, I got it.
And then soldering a washer on the end.
Okay. Your pliers that you're using for your bend,
Yeah.
did you make those yourself? Did you just radius?
Yeah, I just rounded them over on the grinder very carefully. So they're rounded on one side. So when I make the bend, it doesn't make the bend too sharp and make it so that you could break that bend will never break.
That's a good idea, putting a radius on the pliers.
Yeah, they're radius. That's what I meant to say. They're radiused.
Do you anneal it first?
Around, we could put a radius
before I bend it? No, I didn't.
You don't?
I don't. I've never had any problems ever in all the years I've been doing this.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, I've only had one airplane out of all those that didn't come out okay, and that I had to go back inside and make a modification.
Yeah.
Well, that's
and
like
the other thing. Do you guys use slop in your elevator ever?
No.
See, what I do is where on the wing where it's at the flap horn, I put those all in tight. There's no slop. But in the elevator, I put a 1/8 hole with a 332 wire.
Yeah, that's a little.
That way I get slop in the elevator. That's a little windy and it works. That's all I know. Again, I go by what these guys say works, and hey, it works. I don't know why.
Why is that beneficial to have slop in there?
What it does is that if you have that little bit of movement there, when you're flying level, the airplane tends to groove better, because what happens is when you're flying level, the elevator will find level just because of the wind going by.
Oh, and instead of being tight, it could probably hunt a little bit, right?
Bingo. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it does. It's not a lot of movement. It's just enough so that when you're flying level, that airplane just locks right in and grooves.
Well, see, that's the whole thing too with the free control system.
Yeah.
And they did that because if it, like with them ball links are tight, that son of a bitch will hunt.
Oh, for sure. Guaranteed. Anything that's tight, it'll hunt.
Like crazy.
Yeah.
And, to get rid of it, it's horrible to try to get rid of it.
Exactly. See, I like my stuff. When I build an airplane, I want it to last 10 years and I want it to be bulletproof. I don't, my airplane's kind of like Windy. They're in and out of the car and they're out to the field and they're back home and they're trimmed and buggered around with and banged around. It's got to last. I don't want something that's going to fall apart in a year. I want it to last 10 years.
Yeah. But I'll tell you, Mike, if you're going to use ball links, call call Dubro and tell them you want how many you want. They're $2 a piece. They're expensive as hell, but they're brass with no chrome, and you can actually grab the ball and spin it, and it'll spin inside of that.
I think I bought brass ones, Steve.
If you got brass ones, you got the good ones because they quit making them about 3 years ago.
So now these other ones, you're saying you got to buy a whole pile of them to get 4 good ones.
Right. Because
that's ridiculous.
Is how much chrome is on that ball.
Yeah.
When it's electroplated, and I talked to them, and they said it was because the RC guys said that them balls were too loose and they'd pull out.
Oh, God.
So they made them tighter. But they don't care about that because they got a servo holding everything. You know?
Yeah, it's the same old story. We're trying to make RC stuff work for control line. And I'm not saying RC stuff's bad. It's not bad. It's just that it's hard for us to make it work the way we want our stuff to work.
I'll see if I can find hold on a minute.
But that's why I do things a little differently. I look at it and I look at what the top guns are doing and stuff. And if they say to me, hey, do it this way, it works. Hey, I'm going to go with what works.
Yeah, why have any headaches, man?
Yeah, I don't need headaches. I'm trying to make this as simple and working as well and get as much enjoyment out of this hobby as possible. I don't need headaches. I got enough of my own headaches.
Okay, the ones I got are not brass. They're chrome or stainless, whatever. But let's see how free they are.
And they're Dubro, right?
Yeah. Oh, they're pretty free, man. Yeah, hang on. That thing.
What about on a hot day outside?
That spins around in there, no problem, man.
Now you got me thinking. Now you got me thinking. I'm gonna go down and see if I got any.
Now let me check the other one. I got a pack of 2 here. These are fine, Steve.
Good.
There's no binding in these. They're not brass. These are either chrome or stainless. I'm not sure what. Let's see what the thing says. Contains a lead chemical known to cause cancer in the state of California. It's 440 heavy duty ball length package. That's all it says. But I mean there's no binding in here. These are free as can be, man. Well, we gotta wait.
What brand is that? Dubro?
Yeah.
Is that Dubro or what?
It's a Dubro.
Yeah, that's the ones I buy. Once in a while, I get a couple of stiff ones in a pack, but I've never had most of a pack be stiff.
Well, I mean, he's saying they had 100 and they had to go through 100 to get 2 that worked.
Yeah, I heard that.
You heard that?
Yeah, I heard that.
Before Steve said it, or
no, not before. No, I just heard Steve saying that.
Okay.
But I haven't had that experience. I don't use as many as anybody else here, but I've only found a few.
These are the first ball links I've ever bought, man. I've never used them in RC.
I buy them all the time. That's just kind of a staple item I keep in my drawers.
And you use that one right there with the chrome or stainless, whatever it is.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, these are free as a bird, man. I got no issues here. I'd put
that's why I was pissed when. That's why I was pissed when I did get a stiff one, because I got no use for a stiff one.
These are really loose. They're nice.
Hold it up.
Good.
The chrome or stainless, whatever it is. Higher.
Yeah, it's
right there.
Yeah, it's chrome as well. It's not stainless. Or I mean, it's not brass.
Yeah, not brass.
Not brass.
Yeah, these are free. I wouldn't have any issue. Now, is there been any issue with them popping out of the sun at all?
There's no rub at all. They're really smooth.
Yeah, Steve. So Len and I both just got our Dubro ball links out.
Yeah.
And these are the chrome ones. They're loose as a goose, man.
Yeah, they're nice. There's no problem.
Oh, no shit.
Maybe there was an issue with the lot you got, or how many years
Like
ago
you
was
look
that?
at this, I'm holding it between my fingers. If I lift up on the link, it just falls
Yeah,
right back down again.
yeah, same thing, Len. It just
They're
falls
nice
right
and
back
loose.
down.
Okay. Yeah, if they're that
Nope.
loose, it's fine. But like this is one, and like I said, I probably got 80 of them left because I give them away. I can hardly spin that damn thing with my fingers. I mean, I gotta.
Oh, that's no good. That's no good.
But here are the Chinese ones, and they
It's
just,
because you woman finger.
huh?
Because you have little girly woman fingers.
That's what you need.
I'm messing with you. Steve. I'm messing with you. Steve.
I know, but that's what you need to pick out your ball links is little girly fingers. If a little girly can turn them, that's the ones you want.
So you need to pick out your. I'm not going there.
Well,
No,
I
don't
have
go
no
there. This
issue
is
with
still family hour.
Yeah, it's family channel. I'm not going there.
But maybe I haven't talked to him since last year at Toledo, and I had him bring them to Toledo, the ones that are brass. And I mean, I can actually grab the ball link and spin it, and it'll spin inside there after I'm done spinning it.
Okay. Well, I mean, no, it's still good advice, man, to make sure that there's no friction on the ball.
Yeah, there can't be any friction on that, or it's horrible.
Now I've got another one here, a different brand, and I don't know what it is, but it's really stiff. It's like you're saying, like when I hold that one, it won't fall down or anything. It's stiff, like it's not loose.
Right.
Really?
Yeah, it's really shit. It's crappy. As far as I'm concerned, that one can go in the garbage. That's
Yeah,
horrible.
I mean, it was like I had to buy so many of them you'll get good ones out of there with the chrome ones. But
yeah, this isn't a Dubro though. It's something else, but it's terrible. It's not good at all.
that's why like Bob Hunt and all them, when Satellite City or whatever went out of business,
Satellite City were good
links.
ball links. Satellite City made good ball links.
Right, and they went
They
out.
were awesome. And that was too bad.
So, but yeah, so that's why I got mine from Dubro, and I don't know where the whole package is at, but I gave them to John Paris and Rich because we just could not get good ball links. I mean, that one airplane of Dick's seized up, and he had to cut it open and get the ball link out of there. I mean, he about destroyed the airplane getting to it. It was the one. It was the one on the bell crank.
Wow. Figure it. Okay. Well, it's something to think about anyway when if you are doing ball links, is to make sure they're free, because if they're not, you're got a problem.
Right.
Well, and even more than that, to check that they're really free. Because if you put it in your hand and you move it around, even if there's a tiny bit of friction, you probably think, oh, that's okay. But you put it in an airplane.
It may not be.
And it may not be enough.
May not be okay at all. Exactly.
Well, I know that John, what he was doing is like Len, he put an L on the one side, and then a really good ball link on the other. So it cut down on how many really good ball links you needed.
That's
and the same thing from the horn at the flap horn, that was done that way. And then in the back where he had the door, he could adjust it. And he had a really good ball link. That way you only need two real good ones.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's not a bad idea, actually.
And then I know other guys that do like you do solder from the bell crank to the flap horn. Then the flap horn is soldered, and then to the back, because they have an adjustable horn in the back. Because if you slide it up and down, you then have to.
I'm scared of I'm really scared of those. I fear those adjustable horns. I'm petrified. I won't use one. Like now, I don't know about everybody else, but I always fly 1-to-1. Everything I set up 1-to-1. I always have, and it works for me. I mean, I know a lot of guys argue against that. I know John Miller says he doesn't use 1-to-1. I don't know about you guys, but it seems to work okay for me.
Now, Samantha doesn't use 1-to-1, but that's her preference on how
she likes to feel it. Yeah.
Right.
So you guys use more elevator than flap, is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
I do.
So,
but
okay.
yeah, until we get to a point that it bounces at the bottom of it'll make it unstable coming out of the square. Then we got to back off. But she can really hammer a turn better like that.
Okay.
But she's not very strong. She doesn't weigh nothing. She's a girl. So wrist strength and stuff like that with the leverage of the tail makes it turn harder for her.
Right.
So but I don't know if
I adjust all my turn rate at the handle. So what I'm doing is if I want less turn, I bring the handle in. If I want more turn, I open the handle up. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The spacing. I adjust the spacing to get the turn rate that I want. So if I need more turn, I open up the spacing. If I find it turns tighter inside than outside, I will reduce the spacing on the bottom, or the top, depending on which.
Yeah, we do that too. But what Samantha said is that when you get wider out on the handle, it makes your level laps harder to fly level.
Yes, it does.
Because it's so touchy.
Yeah, because it gets
to fly that, and then when she cranks it, she really wants it to
turn. Yeah,
right.
I get it.
So that's just why we did it. It's what she liked. So
yeah, that's right.
And I don't. For everybody else, it may not work.
Yeah, like I find I don't. For me, I find I never have a problem getting an airplane to turn enough. I always get a problem with them overturning. Overturning's always my problem.
Oh, okay.
Like I find I'm always, when I come to the bottom of maneuver and I turn, I have no problem getting enough turn. I have problems getting it to stop turning. I always get the jump. And so therefore I have to bring my handles in a long way before I can correct the jump.
Right.
Almost to the point where a lot of my planes, I actually need a, what's the name of that handle where you can bring it in even further so it's not coming out of the actual handle? A
hard point handle?
Yeah, hard point. That's right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rusty. Yeah, hard point handles work for me because that way I can bring the spacing in quite a bit.
Yeah, see, really, this is Samantha.
Exactly.
She flies fairly narrow.
Yeah, so do I. And I do the same thing.
That's for her straight and level, and then get the thing to turn when she really cranks it at the airplane.
Okay, that way, so therefore you have more elevator. I get you. Okay, that makes sense.
But that's just her, I mean.
Yeah, everybody's different. Everything works for everybody a little different. You could fly my airplane, or Samantha could fly my plane and say, "Oh, I need more turn than that." You know what I mean? Whereas I might fly it and say, "Oh, that's just perfect. When I make my turns, they're coming out just nice. It feels good."
Yeah. Well, that's like, we were talking about it before. It's like with my shotgun. My shotgun's set up for me. If you shot my shotgun, you might think, man, that's the crummiest shooting shotgun I ever shot in my life. But it's the way I shoot, It fits me. I use a heavy trigger pull. I don't like light trigger pulls.
Right.
But that's just me, and I mean, my one buddy I shot with, I could shoot his gun, he could shoot mine. But usually when you try to shoot someone else's gun, can't hit shit with it.
Hey, it's just like flying with it's just like flying with someone else's handle.
Right. Yep, exactly.
Like, I do a lot of I make a lot of custom handles, and I'm constantly working at that and working with people on what do you like? How do you like it to feel? Where do you want me to grind it off? And everybody's handle is different. Everybody's hand is different. Everybody's handle is different.
Yep. That, I mean, like with Samantha, her handle feels funny to me, but this is
Yeah,
how,
exactly.
because
For sure.
she likes her top and bottom finger to be out farther than the centers. Well,
Okay.
if you look at most handles, the middle is out further.
Yeah. See, I like it that way too. I like the middle to come out of it. I'll just bring one of my handles in. Hang on.
Yeah, we just got a guy waking up in England for the day. He says, hey, he said, let's see, what's always good shows. Good morning from the UK. Late one for you guys. Yeah, it is late for us, Pink. Pinky Perky,
What's
that's what he's called.
Yeah, that one guy used to get on here every once in a while.
Yeah, Chris something used to come on. What was his last name? I don't remember, but I recognized him last time he showed up about a month ago. And Pink, I think we've seen you here before. Yeah, we're having a good one. I got to sign off though. It's getting late for me, so
All right. Well,
I think
kill
I'll
the
go ahead.
engine if you want, but I'll stay on. Bullshit a little while.
Okay. All right. Well, y'all give me a second to say good night, and I'm going to shut the tube feed down, and we can commence to carrying on. But everybody, we appreciate y'all coming tonight. It was a busy YouTube night for me. I was talking to our new friend SD, who will probably be in here live with us, the train guy, next
Awesome.
week, because we got signed up at Stunthangar. So, SD, we're looking good to seeing you here. And hey, good morning. We'll see you later, Pink. Next time we stay on till 2 o'clock in the morning, maybe you'll be up for your morning coffee. Ronnie Layden, Jack Snavely, everybody, thanks a lot. You guys were great tonight. And for all my regular video viewers, I appreciate y'all. It wouldn't be a show without you. And so until we meet again, let me get my three dots up. Until we meet again, fair winds, tight lines, and y'all have a great weekend. We'll see you later.
Take it easy, Rusty.
Take it easy, man.
All right. I'm still here, but the